are Broadcasting Scotland, reporting to you live from the SNP Campaign Conference 2026 in Edinburgh. I am Isla Barker.
I'm Ewan Hughes.
Good. And so today we are going to speak to multiple MSPs, hopefully, about their policies and their plans for the upcoming election in May. Do you have any thoughts so far on the conference?
Well, it's been really interesting. We've seen Stephen Flynn so far. We've seen Stephen Flynn so far. A lot of candidates. It'll be really interesting to see what their views are, especially with upcoming elections. We'll see what their policies are.
Exactly. Yes. And with demographics, I've seen mostly pensioner age, but also some middle-aged people. So yeah, I'm sure they have a strong support for the SNP, and hopefully the SNP can also appeal to younger voters as well.
Definitely. We're going to go live to the hall. The conference seems to be starting.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's hiding behind you. Good morning, conference. Welcome to Edinburgh, and what a day it is to be here. For in just a few hours' time, the Scotland men's rugby team could well be crowned Six Nations champions. Did anyone see Seamus Logan clapping there, did they? No, that's, hi Seamus. The friends, I've got a confession to make. Should we beat Ireland this afternoon, I can confirm that I will, for the first time in my life, be proudly supporting the most magnificent and extraordinarily talented England team to ever play the game when they play France tonight. That one will confuse the Daily Express journalists, that's for sure. But conference, it gets better still. Because, and bear with me, because I am a little bit biased on this one, we are now just 7 wins away from Andy Robertson going up to lift the Scottish Cup, the World Cup. Even better. Now, you might have read that I have booked my flights and I've got my tickets for the games. But what you won't have read is that I've not actually asked the First Minister for permission to go to the games. I think he's got other things to worry about, don't you? Not least conference, the election, the small matter of an election on the 7th of May. And you might have noticed our party, the Scottish National Party, is within touching distance of the majority that will give our nation a fresh start with independence. Well, conference, I have to admit, I do feel a little bit bad because I'm sorry to say that the joyful optimism and enthusiasm we all have for the weeks ahead, it's not shared by our friends in the Labour Party. You know, I've even heard that certain members of the royal family are already calling it Labour's very own annus horribilis. A tragedy for the ages. Because when poor Anas Sarwar finally found the courage to agree with all of us that Keir Starmer wasn't up to the job, the Labour Party in London did to Anas Sarwar just what they always do to the people of Scotland. They ignored him. Friends, imagine being the man who picked a fight with the most unpopular leader in modern political history and lost. And conference, I'm told that Anas's ego hasn't quite got over the shock that he has no influence over his London bosses. Because that can be the only explanation, surely, for a Labour election slogan that will go down in history as one of, well, the most inspiring of all time. You know the one I'm talking about, the one they announced and unveiled at the branch office conference just a few weeks ago. Hold your nose and vote Labour. Because, friends, we all know that no matter how hard anyone holds their nose, the people of Scotland will always smell the desperation from Anas Sarwar and the Labour Party. And friends, I think I actually have a better idea. Because instead of making people hold their noses, let's give them a far better choice. How about the chance to breathe the fresh air, the free air of an independent Scotland? Conference, that fresh start offered by independence smells very sweet to me indeed. And how could it not, after all we have watched in Westminster? And there's a very serious point to be had here. You only have to look at the events of the last week. Peter Mandelson was the darling of the Labour Party and Westminster establishment. His scandal was no isolated incident. He was a known quantity. Make no mistake, they appointed that man to high office time and time again, not because they didn't know who he was, but because they knew exactly who he was. They saw his ease with power, wealth, the dark arts, not as alarm bells ringing, but as boxes ticked. This is a Labour Party scandal to its very core. He was their old friend. And their decision to eventually cut ties with Mandelson was nothing to do with the victims. It was all about trying to save Keir Starmer, whose defence is that he is the most gullible former Director of Public Prosecutions in history. Conference, let me be clear. To this Prime Minister, the victims of Epstein were never a priority. He didn't even give them a second thought. And Conference, whilst this chaos at Westminster isn't new, it does come with a cost. When the British Prime Minister is so focused on saving his own job as he is now, is it any wonder he pays no attention to the public losing theirs? When nearly every Labour cabinet member is plotting and positioning for life after Starmer, is it any wonder that broken and Brexit Britain has gone from bad to worse? When the Labour Party is so busy thinking about their own civil war, you can guarantee they aren't thinking about the cost of food. They're not thinking about the cost of energy bills. They're certainly not thinking about the cost of filling up a car. In Conference, let me tell you with absolute certainty, they are definitely not thinking about what is best for Scotland. Friends, we now know that chaos is the permanent pattern of Westminster. Cameron, May, Johnson, Truss, Sunak, Starmer, they change the person, but the politics and the chaos they create, it just remains. Less than 2 years ago, people, good people here in Scotland, trusted the Labour Party to tread lightly on their lives, to offer change after 14 years of Tory rule. It says everything that they haven't been able to pass that lowest of bars. Conference, I think we all know that the people of Scotland will never trust their empty promises ever again. But, friends, if I keep talking about the mess at Westminster, I'm going to become as cheery as Douglas Alexander. So, positive. In the middle, Scotland has someone rock solid to rely on. We have a leader who has dedicated himself to the service of Scotland. A leader whose steady hand is guiding Scotland through what is an ever more dangerous and chaotic world. A man who, whilst Westminster loses the heat, keeps cool and calm in the face of any challenge. Although, I do think he makes the odd exception for Russell Findlay on occasion. You've seen it too. In Conference, I know, you know, and the people of Scotland know that in a turbulent world there is nobody else more trusted to lead our nation than John Swinney. Just as chaos has a cost, the reverse is also true. Calm, thoughtful and trusted leadership delivers. And just look at what John has achieved since taking on the leadership of our party and our country. NHS waiting lists are down for 8 months in a row. The majority of people in Scotland are paying less tax than in the rest of the UK. Peak rail fares gone for good and rail fares frozen from next month. More childcare, a new payment for newborns, and child poverty falling in Scotland. Walk-in GP centres to beat the ATM rush. The best cost of living package anywhere on these isles, and now a plan to get young people back on the housing ladder. Friends, that's what you get with a Scottish government focused on and delivering on the priorities of the Scottish people. That's what you get with an SNP government always standing up for Scotland. That's what you get with a Swinney government always on Scotland's side. Yeah. And friends, you know what the best part is? He's told me in private that he's only just getting started. At conference, as we all embark on the final weeks of this campaign, let us not forget the most important point. We must meet and talk to people across Scotland in the full understanding of where they find themselves at this moment. Because right now, so many people are worried. They're worried about the world Donald Trump is shaping with his illegal war in Iran, the carnage it has caused in the Middle East and the impact here at home. They're worried about the war that continues in Europe, where Ukraine still fights strongly against the barbarism of Putin, whose pockets only grow deeper thanks to Trump's war. They're worried that Nigel Farage will pour fuel on the fire of division and hate that smoulders on parts of these isles if he ever gets his hands on the keys to 10 Downing Street. Friends, families are worried about being able to pay their bills. Young people are worried that the jobs they want don't exist. And workers in my city simply ask why the UK government continues to strip good jobs from them. And it never seems to stop. Now we know that the usual suspects will try to exploit that collective uncertainty. They will argue that now is not the right time for the hope of independence. Their narrow unionism means that for them, there will never be a right time because they are incapable of seeing a world beyond Westminster. But they're not the audience that we need to reach. The people we must reach are those who see, feel, and recognise broken Britain and who long for something better. And here today in 2026, after all the chaos we have witnessed in Westminster, our argument is better, conference, and it is stronger. Because whilst broken Brexit Britain floats in isolation, buffeted by the headwinds of Donald Trump, Scotland can instead choose to rejoin the world, standing shoulder to shoulder with our friends in Europe. We can use our enormous energy wealth to power our homes and grow our economy. We can use the might of our greatest resource, our people, to develop the technology of tomorrow and deliver the jobs of the future. We can build a nation not full of fear, but one full of hope. We can build our nation anew. Friends, we are a wee nation, but our aspirations for something better are far bigger than the confines of this union. In conference, that's why we must, that's why we will win our independence. Friends, we must be confident in convincing our public that this future we crave can be a future that will deliver for them too. And friends, we must do so with urgency. Because when the world is unstable, there can never be a better time to renew the foundations. When the world is so uncertain, there can never be a better time to create our own future. Because I don't want to live in the relic of Thatcher and Blair's Britain. I don't want to live in Starmer's Britain. I certainly don't want to live in Farage's Britain. If we want a different future, if we want change, then we need to create it for ourselves. Friends, I know the future I want and you want. I want to live in an independent Scotland back home in the European Union. Yeah. And friends, that is what sets this party and this movement apart. That is what only the SNP can offer. Because when it comes to this election, yes, we are asking people to give us the privilege of their trust and return our party to government. Yes, John Swinney is by far and away the best candidate for First Minister, but just as importantly and far more radically, we offer the chance for the people of Scotland to take our future into our own hands. That idea has always been and remains the true power of our movement. That is the meaning of the next 8 weeks. That is the momentum that will drive our campaign. So take that hopeful message, take that meaning to our neighbours and to our communities. Knock on every door, campaign in every corner of our country as only the National Party of Scotland can. Let's offer people the chance to put faith in themselves and to have confidence in each other. Let's re-elect a Swinney government. Let's win a majority, and together, let's achieve the fresh start of independence. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen, for that excellent kickstart to what is going to be an excellent day. Can I want to start by saying a huge thank you to members for your generosity in the election appeal. As you all know, we are a member-led party, a member-funded party. We don't have billionaire backers like the Tories or Reform. And the election appeal was launched yesterday with the target of £100,000. And as of this morning, that was sitting in excess of £150,000. So an enormous thank you to everyone here and to all our members, the length and breadth of Scotland. But of course, there is always more to do. So we're setting a wee stretch target on the instructions of the National Treasurer. So we're going to set ourselves a stretch target of £175,000. And the details are on the screen in terms of the QR code, which makes donating easy and simple. So thank you all very much. Campaigns don't run in fresh air. They do need resource behind it. So thank you for your generosity. And if there's anything more that can be donated, that would be greatly appreciated. And every penny will be put to having the most amazing campaign between now and May the 7th. Thank you. So, conferences report. I'm going to invite the National Secretary, Alex Kerr, also one of our great candidates.
Thank you. I'll try and keep it as quick as possible. We've not got any cards in to speak on this, so if conference is content, I'd just like to thank the Conferences Committee for all their work in shaping this conference and hitting all the keynotes that the public are expecting us to be talking about, and also for the staff who've helped make the conference what it is. Thank you so much for your time.
Conference, can I put it to you that we accept the National Secretary's report by acclaim so we can proceed with today's business? Now, we are moving to resolutions, and just a wee reminder to those who intend to move a resolution or second a resolution, you still need to put in a card, please. And if I could also remind colleagues that it is imperative that we stick to time. The maximum for anyone who's moving a resolution is 5 minutes, and the maximum for anyone seconding a resolution is 3 minutes, and all contributions need to be a maximum of 3 minutes thereafter in any debate. So, without much further ado, we are moving on to Resolution 1, GP walk-in centres, and can I invite Neil, he's almost here, to the stage, Neil Gray, Cabinet Secretary for Health and Social Care, our wonderful MSP for Airdrie and Shotts. And just before you start, Neil, a wee birdie tells me that in a day or two, Neil will celebrate a very significant birthday. And it's a birthday with a 0 at the end of it. And I know Neil's had a very busy week in Parliament this week. Very busy, indeed, it's been quite exceptional. And I'm sure you'll all agree with me, he doesn't look a day over 50. Now, there is, of course, a reason he doesn't look a day over 50, and that's because he's nowhere near the age of 50. He will reach the tender age of 40, an age that, well, goodness, I'll never see that again. So, without much further ado, Neil, can you speak to our first resolution, please?
Wow. Conference, what an introduction. Thank you so much for that, Angela, reminding everybody in the world of my ageing, which for those of you that have seen the photographs of me when I first entered politics, with a full head of hair, nearly a full head of hair, and far less wrinkles on my face, you'll have seen the impact that it has had over the last 10 years or so. But I'm delighted to be here this morning to be able to move the first resolution of our conference this weekend. And I think it's critical that we establish why it's so important that this is the first resolution that we're discussing today. Because we all know, conference, from the door-knocking sessions that we have had over recent weeks and months, that our health service is, alongside the cost of living, the top priority of those that we are seeking to serve. So it is absolutely critical that we have an offer to the people of Scotland that meets their needs and meets their expectations and continues to cherish the wonderful institution that is our National Health Service. Conference, when I became Health Secretary just over 2 years ago, amongst many other things, I had 2 overriding priorities. First of all was bringing down waiting times, as Stephen Flynn has just set out. Thanks to the government's investment, thanks to our incredible staff within our health service, we have now seen increases in operation month on month, and we are now in a situation where for 8 months in a row, long waits are coming down in our health service. That is the leadership that the Scottish National Party brings. My second priority, conference, was to improve the accessibility of our health service. And we know that general practice is one of the critical front doors to our National Health Service. So it's fundamental that we improve the accessibility of general practice. We have just passed a budget in the Scottish Parliament that will see over the next 3 years a record funding increase going into general practice. That means we can build on the fact that we have GP numbers increasing, that we have more GPs per head of population here in Scotland than anywhere else in the United Kingdom, and means that we can ensure that our general practice stays robust and accessible to our population. But we also know that we need to do more in order to support our population to end the 8 a.m. rush. And that's where investment in these walk-in GP services is so important. It means that from 12 o'clock through to 8 o'clock, 7 days a week, we will have walk-in services in 16 sites across Scotland. It means that people can present without an appointment, they can be seen, they can have their questions answered, and it relieves the pressure on core general practice as well as on our accident emergency services. And I have heard from a number of colleagues who are standing for election. So I know how popular these services are. We have heard very clearly the desire to see more walk-in GP services, and we know how popular they are. So it is to shame that the Labour Party stands against walk-in GP services. They have told us that they do not think that this is the answer. Well, colleagues, I know that this is the right way to ensure we end the 8 a.m. rush, and that is why we are bringing forward walk-in GP services across Scotland. Conference, the Labour Party doesn't oppose walk-in GP services. They didn't sit on their hands on the budget and refuse to support the record funding increase into general practice because this is the wrong thing to do. This is the right thing to do. The Labour Party opposes this because the SNP proposed it. The Bain principle is alive and well in the Labour Party in Scotland. So I hope, colleagues, you can all support this resolution, that you can get out and campaign, as Stephen Flynn said, to re-elect an SNP government that can improve the National Health Service here in Scotland, that can build on the gains that we have been making. So I urge you to back this resolution, to get in behind your candidates up and down the country, make sure we return a majority SNP government and keep the NHS safe in the SNP's hands. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Neil, for those very rousing words. It's with great pleasure that I invite Claire Hawkey, MSP, to come and second the resolution. Claire is the fantastic chair of the Health Committee in Parliament, and I still believe a registered mental health nurse. And Claire will stand for re-election in the Rutherglen and Cambuslang constituency. So over to you, Claire, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Angela, and good morning, Conference. Conference, I'm delighted to be speaking to you to second this motion and welcome the opening of 15 new GP walk-in centres across Scotland this year, in addition to the one already opened. I've been a mental health nurse for over 30 years and I still work in our NHS, so I'm deeply passionate about our health sector. From before the cradle and to the grave, it heals us, it protects us and it cares for us. Its greatest asset is its staff, but the Labour government have admitted they simply don't know how many NHS staff will be affected by their proposed changes to immigration rules. Labour talks about privatisation, and Reform wants to charge people for using the NHS. Once again, the Labour Party is harming our health service with its blind pursuit of reform policies in a desperate attempt to shore up their vote. Conference, it's only the SNP that is committed to defending Scotland's NHS and investing to improve it. It's this SNP who are getting on with the job of delivering our health service, and it's working. Operation numbers are up, GP numbers are up. The number of nurses, midwives and NHS dentists are up. Long waits are down and have been down for 8 months in a row. Outpatient waits are down, inpatient and day case waits are down, and the risk of dying from cancer in Scotland is at its lowest on record. That is a record of delivery from the SNP government for our health service and for the people of Scotland. But we can't stop there. Until people feel it's easier to access treatment where and when they need it, we need to keep doing what we can to improve delivery. And our SNP government has listened to people's frustrations about the 8 a.m. rush to get an appointment and how they want easier access to GP services without an appointment. The opening of the first walk-in centre last month was a major milestone in delivering faster access to care. And at the 16 sites in total across Scotland, people will have access to walk-in centres which do what they say on the tin. 7 days a week, they can access GP-led care on the same day without an appointment. We're looking at an incredible over 1 million additional GP and nurse appointments, making it easier than before for people to access urgent care when they need it most. And at the same time, the centres will help to ease pressure on existing GP practices and our hospitals. And let's not forget that the new walk-in centres are only part of the story. They sit alongside the historic GP deal that was agreed last year and a record £17.6 billion investment in primary care. Our NHS budget, our SNP budget, is one that enables our health services to do more, to do it better, and where and when people need care and treatment. Conference, we are making huge progress in Scotland's NHS, and under the leadership of John Swinney, this SNP is determined to continue to drive forward improvements. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Claire. And can I now invite Irina McLean to the stage? Irina's from the Edinburgh Northern, I can't read your writing, Irina, Edinburgh Northwestern. And Irina works for NHS in Scotland. We've heard from Irina before at conference, so it's great to invite her back. And Irina will be followed by Emma Harper, MSP. So 3 minutes, Irina.
Thank you. I'll try to be very brief. Conference. Anybody who tried to phone the GP 8 in the morning will relate to why this motion is particularly important today. And we know that across NHS, people, across Scotland, people value our NHS deeply. But many people know that frustration of trying to get access and immediacy of that. And when access to primary care becomes difficult, that's when system fails. That's where our A&E, NHS 24 will become overburdened by something which we're able to do and we're doing now. And this is why the introduction of this walk-in centres is an important step. And it also very much and very timely reflects something the SNP, not any other party, approach to government is doing. When others focus on criticism, and we at Edinburgh Northwestern know it better than anybody, because we're very unfortunate to have Lib Dem leader as our standing, as our existing MSP, while others criticise the SNP delivers, while others put empty promises, loud promises to people on our doorstep, to our neighbours, when they canvass with lies in their promises, we are delivering. And as these centres begin to operate across Scotland, what I think is really important to learn from the first stage of that implementation, because this is a very new model of service delivery, and understanding how this works will be invaluable. And monitoring and evaluating the impact of these centres on patient access, on GP practice workload, and on pressures across the system, it will help to ensure that the model develops the most effective way possible going forward. And when we ask people across Scotland to vote for us, to place their trust in our party again, they will rightly expect not just commitments, but clear evidence that our policies deliver, that these real improvements in their lives are delivered by this party. And conference, I would like to finish by saying we should not compete for care 8 in the morning. That's why, with my pleasure, I would love to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Irina. And if I can invite another nurse to the stage, Emma Harper, MSP. Emma is the candidate for Galloway and West Dumfries. And do you have a birthday today, Emma? It's a bit of a theme here.
I do.
You do? Right. Well, you're still only getting 3 minutes, Hen.
It's no a big 0-1 either, so that'll have to wait till next year. So thank you. I am absolutely happy to welcome this resolution on the introduction of GP walk-in centres in Scotland and the £36 million investment. Yes, I am the candidate for Galloway and West Dumfries, and me and my team are working hard to turn Galloway and West Dumfries yellow on May the 7th to help Scotland indeed turning it yellow so that we can have a fresh start with independence. And that's partly why I'm up here on my feet today. And it would be remiss of me if I didn't talk about the addition of more nurses, more doctors, but it would be remiss of me if I didn't mention ScotGem. It's a unique programme, unique legislation that was taken forward by Jean Freeman in the last session of Parliament. And it's a graduate entry to medicine to help focus on rural GPs and rural practice in our community hospitals. And I'm supporting this resolution because it will bring expanded access to primary care for local communities and offer another way for patients to receive timely support closer to home. And that's why I'm chuffed that this announcement that Neil Gray made forms part of the wider programme of work to strengthen access to frontline health services. And one of the GP walk-in centres is going to be in Stranraer. And that is a really big deal for us. Right down in the southwest corner of this country. And you've just heard from Neil and you've heard from my colleague Claire Hockey, who is still a nurse. She's still practising. And as Angela said, I am still a registered nurse too. So this announcement of this development is part of the wider programme to strengthen access to frontline services. And a walk-in centre for us in Galloway in the southwest represents an effort to modernise access to primary care and increasing flexibility, improving availability and making it easier for people to seek help at a time that supports them. So I will finish there and thank you very much for your birthday wishes, Angela.
Thank you, Emma. Conference, I have no cards against Resolution 1. Can we pass this by acclaim, please? So we move to Resolution 2, Preparing for Independence, and it's with great pleasure to invite Bailey Norman MacLeod onto the stage. Bailey MacLeod is from Glasgow Southside CA, and he's the author of the resolution. 5 minutes, Councillor.
The answer to what I'm about to say to you in 1 second is, good morning, Norman. Good morning, my friends. Excellent. Isn't that nice and cosy to talk to one another? Those of you who watch some of these programs on the television about disposing of antiques and maximizing the price and so on and so forth may have seen various auctioneers at the end of towards the end of the bidding process, in order to be sure that if they're going to bring the hammer down, everybody's had their chance. What they say is, fair warning. Now, fair warning to the government of the United Kingdom. We're leaving you. That requires some applause. Thank you. My friends, one would like, perhaps in an ideal world, some kind of velvet divorce like the Czech Republic and Slovakia. But I'm not entirely sure that it's an appropriate analogy. You see, you've got to be married first. And rather than a velvet divorce, it's my genuine belief that as we move towards self-government and an independent Scotland, we're not going through a divorce, we're departing from an abusive relationship. My dear neighbours, I nearly said friends and neighbours. I hope we'll be friends afterwards. But my dear neighbours, you are going to have to learn to stand on your own feet. No more guaranteed subsidies from us. Did you read the figures recently? I think it was the Glasgow Herald that ran a series of articles on oil and gas. Hundreds of billions of pounds since that enormous wealth was hidden from us when they buried the Macron report for 30 years. Because, as you all know, because I'm sure you've all read it now, Scotland's only problem, and I would argue it's still our only problem, is how wealthy we will be when we become independent. So we've subsidised them with money from oil and gas. We've subsidised them with our electricity, not receiving the appropriate amount of money we should get for it. And let's not forget the taxes that we pay, whether it's fuel duty, road tax, excise duties, customs duties, VAT, corporation tax, capital transfer tax, death duties, estate duties. All of that into the Chancellor's books. And we're supposed to be grateful when we get a wee bit of it back. That's like me giving you a tenner and being grateful when you give me a couple of quid back. They take us for mugs, and we should be ashamed of ourselves for allowing ourselves for so many years to be taken for mugs. 20 seconds left. I hope that we will be compassionate when we depart to run our own affairs. I would hope that we won't push them, when I say them, the rest of the UK, over a cliff edge. We might even continue a gradual withdrawal of our subsidies, because I feel that as Scots we should be kind and compassionate to our neighbours.
Time, Norman.
In summary, I repeat, fair warning, we're leaving, no more guaranteed subsidies from Scotland, and no more taking us for fools. I commend the resolution to you.
Thank you, Norman. Can I invite Alec Orr to second the resolution, please? Alex is from the Meadows and Morningside branch in Edinburgh, and he's not a first-time speaker. Good morning, Alex.
Good morning, Angela, and good morning, conference. And sadly, it's not my birthday today, unlike what seems to be everyone else's this morning. Norman has played a rather bad cop role this morning. I'm here to play a more conciliatory role, seconding this resolution from Glasgow's South Side, not out of a spirit of antagonism, but out of a profound sense of responsibility. This resolution is not about confrontation, nor is it about presuming the outcome of democratic decisions. Instead, it's about prudent planning. The reality is not that Scotland cannot afford to be independent. It is that the UK government cannot afford to be unprepared. And I have no doubt that what's left of the rest of the UK will be able to financially sustain itself on Scottish independence. This resolution is a wake-up call for Westminster. As we stand on the threshold of independence, Scotland is a nation of immense natural wealth, intellectual capital and energy. For too long, the UK Treasury has relied on Scotland's resources, our oil, our gas, and now our massive surplus of green energy. And I know that's being touched on in a later resolution. But the idea projected is that Scotland is a subsidy junkie, a passenger and a union that generously keeps our lights on. When Scotland achieves independence, that pillar will be removed. A responsible government prepares for change. When a business loses a major partner, it diversifies. When a landlord loses a tenant, they adjust their budget. Governments routinely plan for potential futures. They plan for economic shocks, for demographic changes, and for international developments. Preparing for a possible constitutional change is simply another example of responsible governance. Preparation does not mean hostility. It does not mean closing the door to cooperation. On the contrary, careful preparation can make any future relationship stronger and more constructive. Such preparations ensure stability, protect taxpayers, and allow both Scotland and the rest of the UK to manage any transition in a clear and orderly manner. This allows institutions to plan sensibly, reduce uncertainty for businesses and communities, and avoid rushed decisions when independence becomes a reality. It's a sign of extreme fiscal negligence that the UK government continues to operate as if Scotland's resources will be available to them in perpetuity. By passing this resolution, we're recommending that the UK government commences preparations now. This is not just about Scotland's prosperity. It's about ensuring that the remaining UK does not face an avoidable economic shock because they refuse to plan for the inevitable. Conference independence is about more than just Scotland finding its own feet. It's about the UK finally learning to stand on its own. When Scotland becomes independent, both countries will still share deep ties, family, trade, culture and geography. We'll remain neighbours, partners and friends, but those relationships will operate on a new footing, one based on sovereign governments rather than internal fiscal arrangements. Let us commend this resolution, not just as a statement of our intent to be independent, but as a practical, mature invitation for our neighbours to start preparing for their own future, one where they can no longer rely on a nation that is ready to go its own way. Planning for the future is not pessimism, it is good governance. I urge Conference to support the resolution. All the best to the Scottish rugby team this afternoon, and even more so to the English team. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alex. Now, can I invite Gareth Morgan to the stage, please? Gareth is going to speak to the remit back. Gareth is from Traprain, and you have three minutes, Gareth.
Thank you very much. Conference, this is a brilliant motion, I think. It is brilliant because so often we pass resolutions which are simply recommendations to the Scottish Government, but as long as we remain in the UK, we obviously have to consider the decisions of the UK Government. And I'm delighted that we've actually got a very clear recommendation here to the UK Government. I do hope, if it is passed, by the way, that someone's actually going to write to Keir Starmer and send a copy of the resolution to him. But you'll realise from my voice, I was born and brought up in England, and I just want to say a little bit more about the implications of this resolution from the point of view of people in the rest of the UK. I spent a lot of time in Yorkshire, for example, campaigning for greater devolution in Yorkshire, and there's a huge suppressed movement for an English Parliament and greater understanding of sovereignty at that level, which I think we can really tap into with this kind of thing. But I want to call for the remit back, because I think this resolution is very incomplete. I love its brevity, by the way, and I do commend people drafting conference resolutions. If you can keep them this brief, it's fantastic. But it does have some pretty serious omissions. Yes, of course, we should encourage the UK government to prepare for the time whether it may longer continue to receive subsidies from Scotland. And I absolutely support the comments of Alex Orr in seconding the resolution about the need to plan sensibly and realistically for the new future of an independent Scotland. But there's so much more in addition to that that needs to be brought into sensible planning for independence. It's not just the loss of Scottish subsidies. They need to prepare for a Scotland with a separate foreign policy, a separate immigration policy, separation of the HMRC, Department of Work and Pensions, loads of other existing structures they haven't thought about at all. It's worth bearing in mind that if you go back 25 years to the point where the UK was actually committed member of the European Union, was actually talking about joining the euro, there were major preparations by the UK government encouraging all businesses and organisations to think about the possibility of adopting the euro, just as a possibility. That same approach to planning is needed on this issue. But what I'm particularly concerned about in terms of the omission from this resolution is it says nothing about the fundamental issue that we passed at our October conference in an amendment to John Swinney's own resolution on independence, where I had the privilege of proposing an amendment which in fact he supported, about the status of that a vote in May for the SNP will be a vote for an independent Scotland in Europe. Conference, this resolution says nothing to the UK government about the need to prepare for an independent European Union member on its northern borders. And without that, the resolution is incomplete. So please support the remit back.
Thank you very much, Gareth. And I note your brevity. That was 2.5 minutes, well within the 3 minutes. We don't have a seconder for the remit back. Can I check if there is a seconder in the hall for the remit back? And there is over there if you give the National Secretary your name, please, at some point. OK, we're moving on. And can I invite Scott Mackay from the Armadale and Blackridge branch who wishes to speak for the resolution. And Scott, is this your first time speaker, Scott?
It is indeed, Angela.
Well.
Thank you. Just a point on the rugby. I too will unfortunately be supporting England today. Even worse because my wife is French. So this may well be the last time you see me as well, Angela. So I wish to speak to the resolution. I too would have seconded the remit back if it needs doing. The resolution encourages England to prepare for an independent Scotland. I find it a wee bit lacking in that we also need to prepare. See, my goal, and this is going to sound strange, my goal isn't independence. My goal is the country we build the day after we get independence. My goal is a free Scotland. There's a change starting around the world. You may not have heard of it. There are different ways to look at economics. There's been lots of talk about, the money going to England and the money coming back. But the fact of the matter is, in a modern economic model, money is not the real measure. Money is just points. It's just a mark of the resources. And Scotland is blessed with resources. We should tell England to prepare for us being in control of the oil, the wind, the water. That's what they'll need to hear. And we should also prepare Scottish people for a different future. A future where the economy is marshalled with regard to resources, not money. Where we can an independent and sovereign country can afford to do anything it can do. If you have a central bank and a sovereign currency, there is nothing stopping you from utilising the resources at hand, be that for a jobs guarantee or to put more into the health service. You actually can. If we've got the resources in this country, we can afford to do it. Freed from jails, freed from the block grant, to use our economy as we would. I think we should tell Scotland to prepare for that day. Let's start telling the stories of what we're going to do when we get independence, because it is coming. There is no doubt in my mind about that. But not everybody understands that this approach to the economy is rising around the world. And if you want to talk to me after, I'd be happy to explain it. But the message to Westminster should be, yes, prepare. We won't be sending you our resources. We'll be keeping them for ourselves, and we'll also be showing you how they should be used for the benefit of the people of Scotland in a wellness economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Scott, for that contribution, and an excellent contribution from a first-time speaker, don't you think? So, we are now moving to the summing up, if people wish to exercise their right to sum up. Gareth, who moved the remit back, Gareth, you have the right to sum up within 2 minutes if you have any additional remarks to make. Okay, thank you, Gareth. And Bailey MacLeod, you also have the right to sum up, and that is 2 minutes, Bailey MacLeod. And welcome back.
Thank you very much. Both Gareth and Scott made reasonable points, and I don't seek to diminish them. But Gareth in particular was arguing against himself. He started by commending me as the author of this resolution on being brief and to the point, and then criticised the resolution because it didn't cover all of our ambitions of what we're going to do in an independent Scotland. With respect, Scott, that's not fair. It's simply not fair. I was brief because I actually wanted to make one particular point, which I think the resolution does. Because we're continually told the big lie that we live off the rest of the UK. Nothing could be further from the truth. If anything, we subsidise the rest of the UK, and we need to explain that to our people. Our problem, when we're independent, will be being too wealthy, and we're not going to deny our neighbours a use of our resources, whether it's electricity, whether it's oil and gas, but we're going to demand a proper price for it. So, my friends, with respect to the mover of the remit back and the implicit criticism from Scott, who was supposed to be speaking, I think, in favour of the resolution, but sounded as though he wasn't, could I ask you, please, if not by acclamation, by an overwhelming majority, please to pass this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor MacLeod. I'll just give you a wee moment to get back to your seat, and we're about to have our first vote of the day, so get your cards ready. In terms of the order of voting, we will firstly vote on the remit back and then consider the vote on the resolution. Okay, so all those in favour of the remit back, please raise your cards now. Okay, cards down. All those against the remit back? Cards down. The remit back fails. And we now move to the vote for the resolution. Cards up for those in favour of the resolution. Cards down. And cards up for those against the resolution. No. Well, the resolution passes unanimously. Thank you. So thank you very much. That was a very interesting debate that we had this morning, very detailed debate. And we are moving on to Resolution 3, which is unlocking pension fund investment for social housing. And it's with a great pleasure to invite our Deputy Leader, Keith Brown, MSP, to the stage, who is going to move the resolution. Keith, of course, will be well kent to you all. He travels tirelessly up and down the country to, well, every branch, every CA meeting that he's ever invited to. I'm also told he'd go to the opening of an envelope as well. And but anyway, can we give a huge round of applause for our Deputy Leader, please?
Thank you, Angela. I should say I certainly intend to attend the opening day of the next Scottish Parliament when it meets in May. I should say, I think this is an extremely important topic, and it's why Christine Graham and I have proposed that we've had many discussions about this. Housing is absolutely critical to the future welfare and benefit of people of Scotland. And whether it's veterans who can't get accommodation, whether it's young people that can't get a start in reasonably priced rented accommodation, whether it's older people that want to downsize from an otherwise expensive accommodation that they have, or whether it's key workers that want to take up jobs in our health service or other public services that cannot get the essential accommodation to go with it, we know we have a housing crisis in Scotland. We know that, the government's acknowledged that, and I should say, first of all, the outstanding efforts of Mary McCallan and the Scottish Government in making sure that we have nearly £1 billion going into the affordable housing supply programme over the next period. That's testament to the work that's been done by Mary McCallan, who is an absolutely outstanding Cabinet Secretary. However, it's also true to say, yes indeed, we should applaud Mary. It's also true to say that we are trying to deal with 15 years of austerity. And within those 15 years, if you go back, say, 10 years, that's when the real clamps came on capital spending in particular. And that is why we have the situation of a crisis in Scotland today. Now, first of all, the main problem is money, obviously, and this motion looks to try and access money for house building. Not for people that might want to own these houses, or to run these houses, but might want to build them and make sure they can get a safe rate of return on them. And it's true to say also that we currently, although we have the pressures I've talked about, have the best record in the whole of the UK of any government in terms of building both council houses and affordable housing. So we have a good track record, but much more needs to be done. And the motion talks, amongst other things, about the need to have pension funds invest. In particular, I have in mind public pension funds. And of course, if we can do that at a very substantial scale, and I'm thinking about 5,000 to 10,000 houses being built, at least in the first tranche across the whole of Scotland. If you think about the economic boost in terms of construction and all the jobs that go with that, it's absolutely massive to the future of Scotland. But in order to do that, we have to make the case to pension funds, who are by their nature, of course, very cautious. But across Scotland, there's around an estimated £20 billion or more of investable pension fund assets, including within local authority pension schemes. Now, obviously, pension funds are long-term investors, and what they're looking for are stable, predictable returns over decades. And social housing can provide exactly that, secure, inflation-linked income streams alongside enormous social value. And I would also say, if they build them, as you can do, to the required environmental standard, you massively reduce the energy bills for those that occupy those houses. Now, that can also mean you can have an increased rent to help balance that, so again, it improves the rate of return. But it's also very good for the environment. I mean, way back when I was Housing Minister 15 years ago, they were building houses in South Ayrshire College, as examples, where there was no cost for energy. Of course, that was during the time of feed-in tariffs, but very little cost. And many people these days pay more for their energy than they do for their rent or their mortgage. So tackling that at the same time is extremely important. And it's happened, just to say it's not a pie in the sky thing, it's happened in my local area in Clackmannanshire, where they work with Falkirk local government pension scheme, which just happens to be my pension scheme. to help finance new affordable housing. And that pension fund committed £30 million to invest in housing across Scotland, supporting the delivery of hundreds of homes, including new homes in Clackmannanshire, and delivered in partnership with the Housing Association. And it would be housing associations or councils that would be the landlords for these houses. The rate of return, the investment would go back to the pension funds themselves, but they'd be run by councils, in my view, and housing associations. And that investment secured long-term returns for pension members, but it also delivered something much more important. It delivered homes for families, homes on land that might otherwise have remained empty, and homes that strengthen communities. So there is an opportunity before us, conference. Pension investment builds homes. Homes build stronger communities. And if it can work in places like Clackmannanshire, the smallest county in mainland Scotland, then it can work right across the whole of the UK. I should also say Clackmannanshire are involved in another case of building supported accommodation for those that were in care before becoming 16 years old. Again, done with a pension fund. Pension funds in England. And good luck to them, well done to them. But why are we not seeing the Scottish pension funds that many of us contribute to investing in social, valuable housing in Scotland? Why is that not the case? And I would just say for everybody in this hall that is a pension fund holder, a local authority or public sector pension fund, it will rely upon you making your views known. To say to the pension funds, why are you not investing in Scotland? What is the reason why you can't invest in Scotland? We have every opportunity to make investments which you can get a proper rate of return on, and you can do massive benefit to your pension fund holders, because if we're not actually accessing the housing they'll build, we'll get the benefits, the community benefits from having more affordable, stable, safe and warm housing. So this can deliver suitable returns, reliable returns for pension members. It can protect the fiduciary duties of pension trustees, which is very serious, but which the Clackmannanshire example does. And it can unlock, crucially, new capital to accelerate the delivery of social housing. We've always believed in the SNP that the wealth of our nation should work for the benefit of all of our people. This motion before us today asks us to bring together public land, long-term investment and social purpose to build the homes that Scotland needs. Homes that tackle poverty, homes that strengthen communities, homes that give families the security they deserve. So many people in our society do not have that benefit of knowing that the home that they live in is secure, warm and safe. And just one example, in terms of homeless people, there's one of our cities, not one of our biggest cities, which I'm aware of, which currently has a house in a fairly run-down part of the city, one converted house, terraced house, which has been converted to have 6 bedrooms. Those 6 bedrooms charge the public purse, the landowner, £1,000 per month for each bedroom for a homeless person. That is every single month that's been paid, and the taxpayers paying for that. Would it not be much better to have proper, safe, secure housing for everybody at a much cheaper rate? So let's unlock that potential. I'm just told I'm well over time, and it's not my birthday, so thank you very much for listening. And please listen to Christine Graham. Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you, Keith. It was a bit of with a bit of trepidation that I had to remind the Deputy Leader of time. And I'm delighted to welcome Christine Graham onto the stage. Christine is here as a delegate, but many of you will know Christine as MSP in the Scottish Parliament. She's been both list MSP and also for the last 3 terms, I think, the constituency MSP for Tweeddale. And she is an absolute legend and an absolute trooper. And I'm delighted she's on stage today.
I made the stage at last. I got to sit up amongst the important people. Anyway, and what Angela didn't say is I can be a bloody pest at the same time. Now, I'm delighted, of course, to second the motion in Keith Brown's name. We've actually burnt people's ears about this long enough, and here we are with a substantial motion. But I must give credit to Alec Neil, who also burnt my ears about it many years ago, and thank goodness I was paying attention for once. By way of background, and Keith Brown's already alluded to it, Manny McCallan did a great job getting £4.9 billion to be invested in building 36,000 affordable homes over the next 4 years. That's a good deal. She had to work hard, no doubt, with her cabinet colleagues, but they never let us know about it, to get that money secured.
And it's a huge investment, but I have to put that in the context of need. Scotland-wide, there are around 177,000 applications on social housing waiting lists. Estimates suggest 250,000 people, individuals, are waiting for social home. That's counting all the members of a family. So it's a blizzard of figures, but it narrows this down. It makes us focus on what is possible with public funding and a budget, and where else do we look for funding? And that's where this resolution steps up to the plate. I'll focus on paragraph 4. As Keith Brown has said, there are billions in pension funds, assets that require to be invested, so when the time comes for you and I to collect our pension, the money's there. Now, most of us don't give a thought to where our pension funds are invested. I certainly didn't. But they're invested in all kinds of places, some not so nice. Armaments, but some are invested in social housing and in infrastructure. And there's even more money out there in Scotland than Keith Brown alluded to. Here we are in the Lothians. The Lothian Pension Fund alone amounts to 11 billion. Now, quite simply, all that is required in investing these funds is that they're secure and give a return of, say, around 6 or 7%. Rents from social housing are secure as a source, and they would give a return of that. And to be clear, these homes would not be owned by the fund managers. They're simply investing, so they're in the public sector. Now, there's a new UK social investment fund set up. Part of its investment portfolio is to unlock over 1 billion of long-term investment over the next 3 years, in part to build houses. And what we need in Scotland is our own investment fund. Now, the bullet points attached to the resolution expanded this, importantly the last, underlining that these funds do not cut into our own public investment. These are in addition. So if we took 4 billion from the Lothian Pension Fund and decided to invest, it could build double the houses that we say we're going to build. What a virtuous cycle, isn't it? Our pension contributions kept securely invested, but providing additional funding, homes for our fellow Scots. Because having a warm home, to have a place of sanctuary, to cosy into on a cold night next to your favourite telly programme, to have your own key to the door, is at the heart of a person's well-being. I commend the resolution. And as I step down after 27 years in the Scottish Parliament and pass the baton to Callum Cairn, I'm delighted that Callum is taking over. I'm not stepping down after 50 years of campaigning for independence, and I'm going to see it in my lifetime, or I'm going to blame you all. Thank you.
Right, so you've all been told. OK, there are no cards in to speak against or move remit back. Can I put it to your conference that we pass this resolution by acclaim, please? And we now have a message from our sister party, Plaid Cymru.
O cyfarchion I chi yn yr Alban. Hello to you in Scotland. It's an honour to address you today from our conference in Newport to yours. We may be separated by hundreds of miles, but on so many issues in the world today, on the problems families face in our communities, in the fight for justice from Westminster, we stand very much side by side. Both our parties know that Westminster has considered our nations an afterthought for far too long. Both our parties know that our nations have so much untapped potential. Both our nations know that when people and communities are struggling with Westminster's cost of living crisis, we can't just sit idly by. That's why we're very proud in Plaid Cymru to call the SNP our sister party, a party who've supported young people into university through rejecting tuition fees, a party who've supported commuters by making trains more affordable, and a party who are the architects of the direct child payment that's directly lifting children and families out of poverty. It's a record I was able to discuss with your leader and First Minister John Swinney when I recently visited Edinburgh, and I look forward to forging even closer ties with John and the team in the period ahead. And it's a record to be proud of, a record of supporting communities, something Plaid Cymru will be striving towards with unrelenting energy, ideas and enthusiasm day in, day out, if we were to be leading the Government of Wales after May. And that is exactly what we are working towards in the run-up to the 7th of May, now less than 10 weeks away. These are elections that are set to cause a political earthquake, elections that could see the political party that's been the longest in power in the history of Western democracy, Labour in Wales, defeated. Now, in preparation for that momentous election, we've been working night and day to ensure that we're as ready as possible for the task ahead of us, should the people of Wales choose us as the party to represent them in government, like our new first 100 days plan, a plan that takes inspiration very much from the SNP's first historic Holyrood victory. Because Scotland made history then, and we can now. But history is yet to be made in Scotland too. Scotland has a chance this May to not only send a message to Westminster, but to send a message to communities the length and breadth of your country. It is a very simple message, isn't it? Scotland is ready. In May, let us together send that message to Westminster, Wales and Scotland, with the SNP and Plaid Cymru leading government, saying we are ready. We're ready to unlock the potential of our sister nations by our actions and by our leadership, and by telling Westminster they can ignore us no longer. We in Plaid Cymru are very much looking forward to working alongside yourselves in the SNP so we can support our communities the way they deserve to be supported. I hope you enjoy the rest of your conference, and here's to May the 7th, 2026. Diolch yn fawr iawn I chi.
We now need to move on to Resolution 4. I'm going to appeal to people to stick to their time, otherwise you're going to incur the wrath of the Chair. Can I invite Gillian Martin, MSP, to the stage, please, to move Resolution 4, which is Scotland's energy. And many of you will know Gillian, who is a strong voice for the north east of Scotland.
Thank you, Angela. Thank you, Conference. So I'm the Energy Cabinet Secretary, and I love my job in John Swinney's Cabinet and in Scotland's Government. It's a privilege to take forward Scotland's energy ambition. But I'm also the Cabinet Secretary for Energy in a country that lets another government make all the big energy decisions. All the decisions on regulation of energy, all the laws on energy supply, the energy market, the decisions on whether developers must give back to communities or whether it's voluntary. It's up to them to decide. It's not up for us to decide. And let's put it simply, Scotland is the battery that powers the whole of the UK. They make decisions on whether we pay, if we pay wind developers to switch off their turbines, or whether we incentivise them to sell their electricity cheaper to local communities or local heat networks. They make decisions on whether we get together with the EU and invest in hydrogen pipelines, or whether we just don't bother. They decide on whether the interconnectors land in the south of Scotland, where they should land, or whether they go to the north of England. They make decisions on whether they prioritise funding carbon capture and storage projects in England, which are immature, or they invest in the Acorn project in Scotland, which is the most well-advanced carbon capture, utilisation and storage project in these Isles. They make decisions on whether we tax Scottish-based oil and gas companies into oblivion, meaning they stop investing and start handing out P45s to workers, or whether we incentivise them to diversify into offshore wind, carbon capture and storage and hydrogen production. Yes, I'm the Cabinet Secretary with one, if not two hands held behind my back. Our government pumps millions into securing licences for the biggest offshore wind developments that Europe's ever seen, making sure our local supply chain get the contracts. But our people sit in homes where they can't afford to put the heating on. They can't afford to get rid of their gas boilers and install low-carbon electric heating because the other government keeps the cost of green electricity artificially high. Rightly, communities ask why they have to look at wind turbines outside their windows, but they can't insist on a law on the share of the profits from those developments, much less a tariff that means that they get something back. And they pay the highest standing charges in the whole of the UK on their electricity bills, and we have the highest rates of fuel poverty in the whole of the UK, getting worse by the day. Conference. It's our energy. But just as the case was with our oil and gas, Westminster's in control of it. It's the fundamental reason why we must get our independence. Those in government down the road, they need to keep us because they've had the spoils of North Sea oil and gas, the bonanza of the 80s, the 90s, and indeed the 70s. And they want the spoils of the next bonanza too for the next 30, 40, 50 years. Fool us once, shame on you. Fool us twice, shame on us. Friends, I will not watch while they do it again. I will not watch as our wealth goes elsewhere, as our fuel poverty gets worse, our energy workers leave the country because the gap between the last energy bonanza and the next one widens because of the fundamental economic and fiscal illiteracy of the Labour government and the legacy of lack of action by successive Tory governments who have used Scotland's energy wealth as their own personal slush fund. I will not watch as Conservatives and Reform exploit rural Scotland's discontent at the current situation where they feel they get nothing and turn it into climate denial and campaigns against projects that, if they belonged wholly to us, would bring such prosperity to our country that we could indeed see an end to depopulation of rural areas, an end to child poverty and an end to fuel poverty. Conference, it is time to take the argument to the streets of every city, every town, every village in Scotland. It's time to take our energy back, our power back with independence. Please support the motion.
Thanks very much, Gillian, and bang on time. So I continuously appeal to folk to stick to time, if not less time. And Seamus Logan, MP, you're going to second the resolution. And although Seamus, if you make your way to the podium, is a first-time speaker apparently for conference, he's not getting any leniency and he's got 3 minutes absolute max. So over to you, Seamus.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Conference. This is my first time. We stand at a pivotal moment in our nation's history. For decades, the story of Scotland's energy has been one of immense wealth flowing out of our nation while our own citizens struggle to pay the price. We were told that we were part of a broad-shouldered UK system, yet when it comes to the basic necessity of heating our homes, those same UK shoulders are consistently turned away from the people of Scotland. But now we have a second chance, a second bonanza that this time must belong to the people who live here. Let us be clear about the scale of the advantage. We're not just well placed, we have the potential to be a global leader. 17.8 gigawatts at the end of last year. According to Scottish Renewables, 48% at least, and growing, of the UK's total operational wind capacity. Despite this abundance, Scottish families and businesses face some of the highest energy bills in Europe. Why? Is it because Westminster treats Scotland's interests as an afterthought? Is it because the UK's energy pricing regime is fundamentally broken? Is it because the international gas market sets the price for the clean, cheap electricity that we produce right here in Scotland? Or is it because we're being simply ripped off? The Scottish economy lost 18 billion between 2021 and 2024 because of this system. And despite falls in prices, typical bills from April to June 2026 price cap will still be 35% higher than they were in the winter of 21-22. Perhaps the most egregious example of Westminster's failure is the regime of transmission charges. That system actively discriminates against Scottish producers. Now, while generators in southern England are often paid to connect to the grid, Scottish producers face the highest connection charges in Europe. So I say to the mandarins and faceless establishment in Westminster, your days of controlling Scotland's resources will soon be at an end. I say that the system where Scottish consumers pay more for the privilege of being connected to a grid that penalises our own energy wealth has had its day. I say that Scotland's energy belongs to the people of Scotland, and we can finally end this injustice with the fresh start of independence. Cut energy household bills by over a third by decoupling from gas, create energy savings for our businesses, enshrine the rights to community ownership, ensuring the profits from our wind benefit our local towns and villages. Scotland missed out on the full benefit of our oil and gas. We cannot and we will not let the same thing happen to our renewables. It's time to transform our economy and our society. It's time for energy-rich Scotland to finally deliver for energy-rich Scots. Conference, it's time to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Seamus. Perfect timing. Right, Councillor Campbell, you are going to come and speak to Amendment A, and Amendment A will be seconded by Robert Leslie. So if Robert could make his way so that he's near to the stage, and those who are moving a second in Amendment B, could you make sure you're near the stage as well? So over to you, Councillor Campbell. Very strict 3 minutes, absolute max.
Thank you, Chair, and hello, Conference. Hi! Let's wake ourselves up! We're not dead. Right, okay. I'm going to start by saying a big thank you to Anne McLaughlin, who 10 years ago convinced me, although she didn't realise it, to join this party. And it's 10 years in June, and she's not here today, she's unwell, but I know that she gave me some notes to say, I'm all right, I'll be okay, I'll be here on Wednesday in Edinburgh. Don't fuss over me, and don't tell them how old I am from my last birthday, which was on the 8th of March, so 60. I didn't mention that out loud, did I? Okay, right. So she says hi, so she's not here today. But I'm going to... Oh, yeah, thank you. Give us a that. Let's move on to the resolution. I wanted to add this, and I thank my colleagues in the branch at East House and Springburn for allowing me to do this, because I felt that the lack of mention of just transition and the full transition to fully renewable economy, one of the benefits that we have in Scotland, of course, is that we're one of the places on earth which is most easily in the position to make that transition. It is our policy, obviously, but we need to mention it in this energy resolution this close to an election, because I think it's important that just transition, that those jobs are saved, that the skills of the workers in the current fossil fuel business are saved and transitioned into the energy sources of the future that we know are vital to transition to for some very obvious reasons that the last 2 weeks has given us. If we look at the war in the Gulf, the illegal American attack on Iran, the Israeli attack on Iran, and the near 50% rise in fuel prices in this last couple of weeks, we know that fossil fuels is a completely unstable thing to rely on. It destroys the planet. It does all sorts of other things. It causes wars. We need to have energy independence, security, and that has to be 100% renewable. But more point, the jobs and skills in the Scottish economy, which is why this line is here, is that process makes sure that technology, those jobs are created here in Scotland with those skills that workers already have, transitioning from gas boilers to air source heat pumps, all of that transition that we need to make sure that those jobs are secured, that those skill levels are saved, that they keep boosting our economy and we make our contribution to climate change being reduced. We are heading, and we're close to a near fully renewable energy economy, and that is cheaper for businesses, it's cheaper for households. That's the future, and we must embrace it. Of course, we've done so much work in the SNP in office. We must make sure that this is clearly part of our understanding of Scotland's energy. That's our people's energy, it's our nature's energy, and it's the future.
Thank you, Graham. And can I invite Robert Leslie to the stage, please? And Robert has travelled far from Orkney and will be followed by Chris Hanlon for Amendment B and Noel Spalding. So 3 minutes, absolute max.
Conference in 2015, as a first-time speaker, I told a story about a farmer who had told my dad that the wind turbine on his land was creating so much heat that gaps were opening up in the wood panelling in his house. I made a comparison between these gaps and the gaps between the energy rich and the energy poor in Orkney and across Scotland. But I visited that same farmhouse this week, and I heard from that farmer's grandson of the precarious nature of farming in Orkney right now, with input costs rocketing and greening schemes putting pressure on already green farms. It is clear that while we strive for a fairer energy future, we also need to ensure that our farmers, our food producers, are supported to be part of a sustainable and greener future, both in terms of energy security and food security. Equally important in Orkney and in Scotland is our blue economy, and continued support will be needed and will be critical for the jobs and skills in tidal stream, which is a predictable and homegrown clean power resource. It's nearing commercialisation and can be a key part of our renewable energy mix in the future. Affordable warmth for all is still the pot of gold that I chase every day in my work. Independence will bring that pot of gold closer. Please support the amendment.
Thank you very much, Robert. And in my haste, I should have advised Conference that Robert is our candidate in the Scottish Parliament elections for Orkney, and is a very experienced candidate and is working very hard. Can I invite Chris Hanlon to the stage, please? And Chris will be followed by Noel. We're strict for time, Chris. Over to you.
This amendment is not in any way intended to undermine or criticise the resolution, but to complement and to expand it. It actually already passed overwhelmingly at National Council in December, but unfortunately the underlying resolution was remitted back to be slightly reworded, and the branch that wrote that resolution has subsequently had to fight a by-election, so they just haven't had time to do so. Although I do look forward to seeing the next iteration of it soon. In the meantime, we've brought the amendment back by coattailing on Gillian's otherwise excellent resolution. This amendment is intended not just to strengthen the resolution, but to fundamentally alter the principles underlying how infrastructure development and community wealth building interact. It came out of a fringe meeting the Climate and Environment Group held at last year's annual conference, so I can't take any credit for it. The idea is simple. We embed in future national planning frameworks the principle that any commercial infrastructure development is obligated to include a community partnership element for it to be considered for planning permission. It doesn't specify a percentage or require communities to purchase a stake, just that whatever legal entity makes the application must be partly owned by the affected community or communities. In that circumstance, a market will be created that should reach a mutually beneficial equilibrium. Communities will have an effective veto on commercial infrastructure development and will be able to command as large a stake as the market can support. And crucially, developers will have to involve communities from the very beginning and actually listen to their concerns. It's a simple change, but it would fundamentally transform the world of community wealth building in Scotland. Every community would have a stake in the commercial infrastructure developments occurring around them, would have a say in what they look like, and would get a fair share of the profits. The amendment is not just limited to onshore wind farms, transmission towers and battery storage either. Any commercial infrastructure project. Massive new retail or business park on your doorstep, you get a stake. Massive new housing development, you get a stake. By specifying commercial projects, it doesn't impact new schools and hospitals and the like, unless they're built with private money and someone's making profit from your new hospital, in which case you get a stake, a share of the profits and a say in what happens. This puts local communities back at the heart of planning what infrastructure developments occur near them and allows them to share in the wealth that they create. All too often, dedicated teams of local campaigners waste years of their lives fighting off ill-conceived infrastructure plans that are being imposed on them at enormous cost, not only to themselves, but to the developers and to the speed at which developments are approved and constructed. By turning that process on its head, we can vastly accelerate a just transition and ensure that the wealth it creates stays in Scotland. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris. And can I invite Noel Spalding from Montrose to the stage, please, to second the amendment.
Thank you, and good morning. I've spent over 30 years offshore and subsea, and last 10 years in renewables. And Gillian and Seamus have covered most of the points that are here. As far as Amendment B is concerned, what's really important is the word ownership, rather than a euphemism of profit share or a partnership or anything like that. It has to be ownership. And that's really it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. An excellent example of brevity. Now, I've got a card to speak to the remit back, and can I invite Graham McCormick from Dumbarton Constituency Association to the stage, please? And can I also intimate that we have a card in to speak against? Sorry, I'm just a bit ahead of myself. Try not to confuse matters. Welcome, Graham, and you've got 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Convener. The dogmas of the quiet past are inadequate to the stormy present, as our case is new. So we must think anew and act anew. We must disenthrall ourselves. Thus spake Abraham Lincoln in 1862, and these words are so relevant to the immediate challenge which faces us to secure a majority of seats. But support for independence and the Union is finely balanced, and we must disenthrall ourselves of the notion that what we have delivered in the past converts into support for us and independence is enough. We live in a stormy present, one consequence of which is the rising cost of energy. A third of our people live in fuel poverty, a significant portion of which is children, and we are committed to lift our children out of that state. Our leadership has suggested that with independence, that energy cost for both domestic and commercial consumers can be reduced by about a third. I've not seen any workings to justify these figures, and I hope Gillian will publish these. Without them, they are meaningless and leave our candidates exposed to ridicule. So let's think anew and act anew and promise something which is transformative, deliverable, and makes energy the beating heart of independence. Through taxation, we have free education, we have free health service, but why not provide energy, free energy, without without which nothing works. If you think this is fantastical, think again. Money Matters and other respected consumer organisations estimate that the total annual cost of household energy, including electricity, gas and oil in Scotland, is £4.5 billion. In addition to specific funds, the Scottish Government budget for the forthcoming year sets aside £4.9 billion for climate change interventions. So taxation already provides the money in the budget for free energy to every household in Scotland, with some to spare. Adopting this policy will, at a stroke, end fuel poverty. Let that sink in. At one stroke, using money in its budget, we can end fuel poverty. It's going to take 20 years or more to adapt our housing stock to reduce energy consumption at huge expense. Meanwhile, many are cold. How can you tell a third of us we have the money, but you must stay cold because energy conservation must be a priority? Now, others will say that these funds have been committed for other projects which must be done to address the climate emergency. My answer to that is, if necessary, by increasing tax modestly or delaying some projects by a year or so, is a price worth paying if all our people are free from fuel poverty, and in short time it will actually accelerate our decarbonisation. The offer of permanent free energy going forward would be conditional on consumers only using clean renewable energy. So in subsequent years, those using carbon fuels would increasingly see they have to increasingly contribute to their energy bills incrementally over 5 years, so that in year 6, if they haven't converted to clean energy, they will have to pay the full cost. We are told that Scotland has the oh, I've missed it.
Please.
Right, I'm just coming to the end.
You're over time.
I'm all.
You are.
Well, I'm happy to trade my right to reply, if that's okay.
Well, could you bring your remarks to this contribution to a close in the next 15 seconds?
I ask you to remit this resolution back, as it is adequate to the stormy present, far less our independence future. And in its stead, let's think anew and act anew, using the wind in our face and the droplets of rain on our head, and lead our people to victory at this election and deliver to them independence with free, clean energy, not just with warm hearts, but with warm bodies too. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for the remit back? Gentleman over there. And can I now invite Lee Robb to the stage, who is going to speak against Amendment B. Lee will then be followed by Heather Anderson, who's speaking for the resolution, and the last speaker in the open debate before we move to sum up is Ellie Coppinlinger, who will speak for Amendment A and B.
Thank you. As someone who grew up in Fife, I know not to pick a fight with a Fifer, so I'll be sneaking out of here quietly after this. Scotland is bursting with energy, and where oil and gas has served us well for decades, we now look to the sun, and the sea and the wind. Our weather is the worst in Europe, but it's enough to power our country. And if we use it right, the renewables revolution that we're undertaking just now requires for us to build and build now. On day one of independence, Scotland could be an energy trading nation, and we could do that with offshore renewable wind alone, never mind all the other stuff that we've got going on. That's a future worth looking to. But the problem that renewable energy has just now is Reform UK. Reform UK hate renewable energy. They've threatened to scrap contracts. They've threatened to tax renewable generation. And that has put developers in a really difficult situation where they're now reconsidering some of their commitments to our country. We need to turn the tide on that. This amendment doesn't turn the tide on that. It's well-intentioned because communities do not feel the benefit of renewable energy being built in their backyard. The fact that we are spending more than almost anyone else in Europe on energy bills is a disgrace, and an independent Scotland would do that differently. We need to get building now and send a signal out from this conference that Scotland is open for business, that we want investment, and that we're ready to embrace the renewables revolution that is coming and is going to benefit us all. So please, support the resolution, support Amendment A, but not Amendment B. Apologies, Fife. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lee. Can I invite Heather Anderson to the stage, please? Heather is a leading light in our local government. Councillors, come on, get up to the stage. And she's also our excellent Scottish Parliament candidate for Dundee West.
Yeah. Okay. I'm supporting the resolution wholeheartedly because I want to live in a Scotland where we don't just have the energy, but we've got the power. And I think we coined that phrase, Gillian, at a North East Regional Assembly meeting. The need to gain power to control our own energy could not be clearer than it has been in the last few weeks. We live in a world where oil refineries and tankers are being blown up, and we've got absolutely no control over the price of oil and gas globally. And in Scotland, we've absolutely no control, as Gillian said, on the pricing of our own energy. That's entirely up to Ed Miliband, who is sitting in a regime where electricity is 4 times more than gas. The system is rigged against renewables at the moment. And for us in Scotland, we've seen this energy film before. We know about Norway's sovereign wealth fund and our austerity bucket. We finally saw the 1974 Macron report, which predicted that North Sea oil could make the Scottish pound the strongest currency in Europe and would deliver embarrassing budget surpluses. Unfortunately, the UK Treasury from the 1970s onwards wasn't embarrassed at all. They took the money, squandered it on deindustrialisation and privatisation, and they made us believe that we were too poor. Scotland, too poor. Think for a minute. That's as mad as believing that Trump is the president of peace. And now Scotland has won that energy bonanza again with onshore and offshore renewables. That revolution has started. In 2020, we produced 2 gigawatts. Now we're producing 17.8 gigawatts, and with the current plans currently in the pipeline, we will produce 76 gigawatts. Now, I'm not great on what gigawatts mean, so I'm going to translate. I do know that 2 to 17 to 76 means the numbers are getting much bigger, and they're getting bigger faster. And 76 gigawatts means that 100% of Scottish domestic heat could be supplied by renewable energy, and we could then electrify industrial energy and continue to export energy. That means we could have energy security in an energy insecure world. We could tell that to Reform, who don't understand science and aren't quite interested in where the money's coming from. We could be energy secure in an energy secure world. And as well as significantly reducing bills and incentivising economic investment, we would transform living standards. How many countries can say that? Yet some people on the door still ask me, could Scotland manage? And I have to remind them of my mum's sage advice that nobody hangs on a liability. And I also have to point out that our neighbour hasn't missed the significance of our second lottery win. The UK have established NESO, the National Energy Systems Operator, and they've divided the UK into 11 regions. We're one of them, but they let us call ourselves a nation, but that's where the sovereignty ends. NESO has a core mission to identify where the energy production is. Guess where that is? And they then are going to redesign the grid to take the energy to where most demand is. You can guess where that is too.
Heather.
I'm nearly there. And that work is going on every day. I asked the NESO representative on the Dundee Climate Leadership Group how closely he is collaborating with the Scottish Government on all this re-engineering and design they're planning. And he informed me that they're going to set up a consultative body in the Scottish Government.
I need to press you, Heather. You're eating into other folks' time, I'm afraid.
So we've seen the film, and the sequel to It's Scotland Oil has to be Scotland's Energy, The Revenge. Our job is to ensure that everyone in Scotland understands the scale of the energy.
Heather.
And
you're massively over.
So I am now asking you to vote both votes SNP on the 7th of May to start that.
Yes. Right. That's an excellent point to end on, Heather. And can I invite Ellie Copinglinger to the stage, please? And Ellie is going speak for Amendment A and B, and we really are strict for time, Ellie.
Yes, you got it, Chair. Thank you so much for inviting me to join in on this debate, and thanks everyone for participating. I will do my best to be as brief as possible. I think I promise.
No, you will achieve it.
Self-belief, that's it, self-determination. So, both of these amendments are about maximising value for our friends and neighbours across this great nation. This morning at the poverty fringe event, the Minister for Equalities, Cockab Stewart, mentioned the importance of cross-portfolio collaboration in order to really deliver the value of wellbeing economy values across our government. So I'm speaking to you today not just as the Vice Chair of the BAME Network, but also as a trustee of the Wellbeing Economy Alliance Scotland. We're an organisation that's really about trying to embed wellbeing economy principles within our government. And, job creation is one of the highest return on investment measures we can take to reduce poverty. So this is a fantastic amendment. Gillian, it's wonderful. I'd highly encourage everyone, a fantastic motion, excuse me. I'd highly encourage everyone to support it, but both amendments, what they really do is really cement this idea around creating jobs to protect sustainability and really embed these principles into protecting our increasingly fragile environment for generations to come. So I think this has to be at the forefront of our agenda to deliver. To me, it's really a no-brainer. I don't see how anyone could really oppose it. So I encourage everyone to vote for both amendments and for the motion to pass. Everyone's great. Have a great conference. I'm done. Bye.
Yes. Thank you, Ellie. Thank you very much. Right, we are moving on to the summing up. We're massively over time. I would, with your indulgence, really like to get to the resolution on land reform. Graham McCormack, forgive me, has already gave up his right to sum up, bearing in mind he was 45 seconds over his introductory remarks. That's much appreciated, Mr McCormack, that we can do a bit of quid pro quo. Can I check, does Councillor Campbell wish to? No, excellent. And Chris Hanlon, have you anything to add? Oh, he has. But you'll be brief, won't you?
I'll be brief.
Aye, OK.
Yeah, so listen, I'll be brief. I was a little surprised to see Lee up here opposing this amendment, and partly because it came out of, or partly came out of conversations I had with Lee at annual conference. And I know maybe perhaps he's misunderstood some of what I had intended there, but I'm grateful to him because it gives me an opportunity to expand slightly on the last little point that I'd made. As convener of the SNP Climate and Environment Group, I am very concerned about the rate of our progress towards a just transition. We are just not getting there fast enough. And I don't know if you've noticed, but there's a lot of resistance to this. And it's, a lot of it in the northeast and the Highlands. There's all sorts of groups jumping up and down and shouting about pylons and this, that, and the next thing. And Gillian was in the Nesta Fringe this morning, and she pointed out that the communities that she knows that have community stakes in these sort of renewable projects, they're not the ones whining about planning permission for new pylons and all the rest of it. They're the ones that are gung-ho for it because they've got a stake in it. Another brief anecdote. I was at another Fringe annual conference last year by a group called Knight Vinke, who are gagging to pour billions into the North Sea to build offshore wind farms. And somebody in the audience raised the subject, a public stake in this sort of thing. And the guy from Knight Vinke was like, well, how much do you want? And the lady was, oh, dear Lord. Yes, thank you. Was incautious enough to say 5% to him. And they about bit her arm off. He was like, yeah, fine, that's no problem. These people, they know communities want to share. They are budgeting for it. It's just a question of how much are they willing to share with communities. And that will be up to the projects and the communities in question. I think this is a no-brainer. I agree completely. Thanks.
Thank you. And Gillian, do you want to sum up? OK, you have absolutely 2 minutes max.
I'm really sorry, Angela, but I do need to speak to how I feel about some of the amendments. I mean, I know how frustrated and angry we all are that we don't have the powers, that we don't have everything at our fingertips. I absolutely support Amendment A. I think it adds to the resolution in a really positive way. To be honest, That should have been in it anyway. Absolutely just transition has to be at the core of everything they do. But Amendment B, I don't disagree with the intention of Amendment B, but I disagree with the mechanism because the mechanism isn't competent at the moment. That's the problem that we have. And I don't want us to dilute the message. It's in order to be able to achieve the content of what Amendment B has and the resolution and everything else, we need the full powers of independence, and I don't want to dilute the resolution in any way. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Gillian. Right, we're moving to the voting, so get your cards ready, please. The first item that we will vote on is Amendment A. So there was no cards against. So can I put it to you that we pass Amendment A by acclaim? Amendment B, there was a card in against, so we will now proceed to the voting on Amendment B. Those in favour of Amendment B, raise your cards. OK, cards down. Those against Amendment B. Amendment B falls. We now move to consideration of the remit back. Those in favour of the remit back, cards up. Cards down. Those against the remit back. Thank you. The remit back falls. And we now come to vote on the resolution as amended by Amendment A. Those in favour? Cards down. Those against? Resolution A as amended passed. Thank you very much. Right. OK, folk are going to have to shorten their speeches. Resolution 5, and can I invite Rosemary Champion to the stage, please? And Rosemary is from the Cnusty branch.
Geez, was it something I said? Or are people just needing their lunch?
3 minutes max.
How long?
3 minutes.
OK. So I need to be quick, apparently. I thought it was interesting today that we've had a resolution on housing, we've had a resolution on energy, and we had mention there of cross-portfolio working. And all of these really feed into the resolution that I'm here to bring forward. But I want to start with a wee story. A few months ago, I was in conversation with an SNP minister about the timidity, and I was reflecting or moaning about, depending on your viewpoint, the timidity and lack of urgency of the Scottish Government in relation to land reform. It was a short conversation, although it might have seemed interminable to him, and it finished with him saying, "Ah, Rosemary, you're wanting a revolution," and laughing. And I laughed, and we laughed. But actually, a revolution is exactly what I want, and I think you do too. And I think Scotland desperately needs one, and I think it's long overdue. For 300 years or more, we've allowed our land to be controlled by people who do not have Scotland's best interests at heart. And it's well past time it stopped. The Land of Scotland and the Common Good, the final report of the Land Reform Review Group, was published in 2014, 12 years ago. It contained 62 recommendations. Many remain unimplemented, even those identified for immediate action. Andy Whiteman's recent publication, Who Owns Scotland 2025, shows that the concentration of land ownership has risen since 2024 and has continually risen since 2005. This is on our watch, and that makes me sad, angry, and ashamed. The Scottish Land Commission has recently published its Scotland Futures, Next Steps for Land Reform. In developing the report, the Commission carried out a public survey, and two themes emerged. Firstly, there's widespread appetite for further change, and secondly, there is a desire For more clarity about the outcomes and timescale of land reform, as envisaged by the government and society, land reform cannot be about a new piece of legislation every 10 years or so. And it further says that, and I quote, delivery of reforms is not about a single piece of legislation, but should be a coordinated programme making full use of existing policy, tax and fiscal levers with targeted new legislation where needed. Underpinning the ability to deliver a programme of reforms is the need to transform Scotland's land data system. It's like déjà vu. And to me, that means a clearly articulated vision and strategy to bring it about, which takes us nicely to the resolution. The need for continuing coordinated reform across governmental portfolios cannot be delivered as an add-on to an already extensive portfolio. Our land is fundamental to the quality of our daily lives. Affordable homes, clean energy, food security, a place to rejuvenate ourselves, and a place to call home. And where are we now? Are the people of Scotland reaping the bounty of our land and seas? I think not. Scotland, the clue's in the name, the land of the Scots. I don't define Scots by blood or birth, but if you want to own a piece of our land, at the very least you should live here, pay your taxes here, and contribute to our communities. Scotland's land should not be for those who arrive here for a few weeks a year to shoot grouse or deer. It should not be for the wealthy who would make our playgrounds here while residing and paying their taxes elsewhere. It should not be for corporations who very likely pay no taxes anywhere. As the Commission puts it, landowners should be meaningfully connected to the places their decisions affect.
Time, Rosemary.
It's long past time to tweak and micromanage. So let's give our land the profile in our Parliament such a fundamental issue deserves. Let's have a champion with fire in their belly whose sole role is to fight for Scotland's land. Someone who will listen to those with Scotland's best interests at heart, who will defy the naysayers and the fearties and bring Scotland's land back to the people of Scotland. Conference, support the resolution.
Thank you, Rosemary. Can I have a formal seconder? We've got a speaker. We've got a seconder. I just don't have time to accommodate seconder speeches. Can I invite Chris Hanlon to the stage, please, to speak to Amendment 5A. And we really do need brevity. Land reform is an important issue for this party. I wanted to get this resolution discussed and debated, but I do appeal for brevity. So 2 minutes, please. Absolute max.
2 minutes?
Max.
Goodness. OK. This amendment is not intended to criticise the original resolution, but to enhance and extend it. If you will indulge me, I want to read you a passage from Adam Smith's The Wealth of Nations, paraphrased a little for clarity. Rent, considered as the price paid for the use of land, is naturally the highest which the tenant can afford to pay in the actual circumstances of the land. In adjusting the terms of the lease, the landlord endeavours to leave him no greater share of the produce than the ordinary profits of farming stock in the neighbourhood. This is evidently the smallest share with which the tenant can content himself without being a loser, and the landlord seldom means to leave him any more. The rent of land, therefore, considered as the price paid for the use of land, is naturally a monopoly price. It is not at all proportioned to what the landlord may have laid out upon the improvement of the land, or to what he can afford to take, but to the maximum amount the farmer can afford to pay. What Smith is saying there is that those that have an effective monopoly on access to land are able to skim off anything more than what he calls the ordinary profit of stock on any economic activity that occurs in it. The ordinary profit of stock, meaning just enough to scrape by on what we might call minimum wage in the 21st century. Now he's talking specifically about agriculture, but the principle applies equally to any economic activity that requires access to land. And you might be thinking, but what about people and businesses that buy the land outright and don't have to pay rent? Well, unfortunately, that's just the same cage with some nice gilding on it. You control the vast bulk of the land and refuse to sell it at any price, then you create a situation of artificial scarcity. Every business that needs land to conduct its business, any individual worker that needs a home to live on, they are all in cutthroat competition for the same scarce resource. That drives up the prices to the point that the cost of money that you need to borrow to buy land is effectively the same as the rent you would have paid to one of these 18th century landlords. And if the banks that lend you the money to buy the land are willing to lend you virtually unlimited amounts to buy it, then the price naturally spirals out of control, only limited by the maximum amount the economy is capable of supporting. That's a rent being paid to the banks. And who do you think owns the banks? Well, it's the same rentier class that owns most of the land and the energy companies and pretty much everything else too.
You're over time.
Thank you very much. We are still paying them rent for the land that we notionally own, and they still leave us barely enough to scrape by on. Over the past 4 years, we have passed policies that would utterly transform access to land and that would unleash our economy in a way very rarely seen in a developed country. We just need a champion in government willing to implement them. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. And just to confirm that we also have a seconder for that amendment, can I invite Graham McCormack to the stage, please? Who is going to speak to the remit back. Oh, actually, before you get up, Mr. McCormack, do we have a seconder for the remit back? Yes, we do.
2 minutes?
2 minutes. 2.
Okay.
Do my best.
You gave me a wee wink there.
I did. 2 minutes.
Okay. Right.
Try to be nice to get you to stick to time.
Conference, I invite you to remit this resolution back. I have counted no less than 8 substantive proposals in the resolution and amendment, each of which warrant examination and debate. We should not be making detailed policy on 8 major issues in a 20-minute debate. A decade ago, Mary McCabe of Glasgow Province proposed to this conference, sitting in Aberdeen, that taxation of land should be the source of our public funding. The debate demonstrated how the taxation of land and property would transform everyone's lives, eradicate poverty, steward our rural land and urban environment, enhance our collective and individual well-being, reverse the catastrophic effects of climate change, provide the dynamic in repopulating our marginalised communities, retain our wealth, develop enterprise and provide the finance to deliver independence. It received a standing ovation and was passed by acclaim. We have the devolved power, so we don't need to wait for independence, and we can bury the too wee, too stupid and too poor argument for once and for all. So what stopped our government from doing it? I honestly don't know. It's not complicated. Apart from the enabling legislation, all essential elements are in place. It's easy to collect and payment can't be avoided. I asked Rosemary, why do you want to focus for another 10 years with bureaucratic issues which don't advance our cause when the money is literally there on a plate to gather in? I have come to the conclusion that there are people pulling strings, stopping our politicians from acting. It's like the Macron report all over again. But unlike oil, our land keeps giving if only our government would cut the strings. Our people can't wait another 10 years of obfuscation. Scotland can't wait. If we don't act now, future generations will tar us with the same brush as the Unionists and treat our slogan "On Scotland's Side" as a treacherous calumny. Please remit this resolution and amendment back with the clear instruction to our politicians that the Manifesto must commit to deliver a land and property tax to transform lives within the first 2 years of the new administration, just in nice time for the referendum which John has guaranteed. Thank you.
Thanks, Graham. In terms of summing up, Chris Hanlon, is there anything you wish to add? No. So, Chris, this will have to be less than a minute, I'm afraid. I'm trying to accommodate everybody and other business. Less than a minute, please.
Why in this age of flat-screen TVs and mobile phones do we all still feel skint? And the reason is that the vast majority of the wealth our nation generates, that individual workers in our nation generate, is sequestrated by a rentier class that owns all the land. We don't have a cost of living crisis. We have a cost of failing to implement land reform crisis. Now, we have some excellent land reform policy in the SNP. I've seen a lot of it passed over the last 4 or 5 years. What I haven't seen is much of it implemented. If a Minister for Land Reform had an obligation to implement SNP policy, I think we would see an enormous change in our economy in 5 to 10 years. And I think I beg you to vote for the amendment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris. Mr McCormack, thank you. Rosemary? No, okay, we're going straight to the voting, thank you. So the first item we'll vote on is Amendment A, so there, I'm told there's no cards against Amendment A, so can I put it to you that we pass Amendment A by acclaim? And we now come to the remit back. Those in favour of the remit back, please raise your cards now. Okay, thank you. Those against the remit back? Okay, cards down. The remit back falls. And those in favour of the resolution as amended, please raise your cards. Cards down. And those against? Okay, cards down. The resolution as amended passes. Well done, Rosemary. So before colleagues nip off to lunch or a fringe, we do have 2 other resolutions. Resolution 6, supporting Scotland's rural and island communities. There are no cards against this resolution. Can I put it to you that we pass this resolution by acclaim? And similarly, colleagues, with Resolution 7, renewal of the new Scots Refugees Integration Strategy, there are no cards against, and can I put it to you that we pass this resolution by acclaim? Thank you very much. I will get something to eat and a wee bit of fresh air, and see you all back sharp for 2 p.m. start. Thank you.
So the conference seems to be they seem to be rallying around the First Minister. We saw Stephen Flynn giving a very heated speech.
Yes. He focused on the GP walk-in centres, which are proposed to welcome a £36 million investment in the delivery of 15 centres dedicated to reducing waiting times and preventing the 8 a.m. rush to get an appointment at a GP surgery.
Yeah. And what was interesting was that it's getting funded by current NHS funding. So the question remains is that will this £36 million affect that funding?
Yes, hopefully we'll be able to clear that up.
Yeah.
Also, in other amendments, preparing for independence. So should the SNP be re-elected, they will be rallying towards independence, and that is one of their main focal points in their manifesto.
Yeah, and especially Ipsos have just reported that 51% of Scots do support independence, so it is still very divided, and for the SNP it will be a very important talking point for this election. And yeah, we'll have to see where that goes. They were also talking about teachers, so there was a press release that talked about teachers losing 90 minutes of non-class contact time. It's going to be introduced for primary teachers first,
yes,
and then high school teachers
moving to
2 years later. And yeah, it's very interesting because it shows Scotland also has one of the highest amounts of non-class contact times in the UK. so increasing it is it's very interesting.
Yes. So hopefully this will repair some of the issues within education in Scotland. Alex Hamilton, the leader of the Liberal Democrats, described the situation as a brain drain. Teachers are leaving in droves to.
Yeah, and what's also interesting is that. What's also interesting is that there are still not a lot of jobs for teachers, despite teachers leaving in droves.
Of course, yes.
Like public spending has been cut, and we're seeing that across the budget here.
Especially in the Highlands and Islands.
Yes, exactly. Especially with the.
And we would like to introduce Shaman. Oh, move this way.
I mean, in the Highlands and Islands, there is going to be an investment of, I think it was £3 million for upgrades. That's very significant,
You said
especially
move out?
with current strains on Highlands and Islands. The Scottish Government will. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, the supporting Scottish rural and island communities, the Scottish Government have said in their agenda that they will freeze 100% of business rates across island enterprises. That won't be expanded across the UK. It will just be or across Scotland. It will just be in the Highlands and Islands. How you doing?
Hi,
how you doing? I'm doing. It's nice to meet you. How are you doing?
Good, you good? Can you hear me okay? Yeah, good.
So how are you finding the conference so far?
Well, very enjoyable after I've made my input because I had to speak to a motion. So I'm glad to get that done because believe it or not, you know, it's quite a challenge for me speaking in front of a huge audience.
Yeah, exactly.
What a great attendance here today. It's magnificent.
I know, exactly. It must take a lot of skill, especially to speak in front of that many people.
Well, you know, thank you, but you know, some people have gifts for some things, and I guess I'm blessed in that regard. I can stand up and speak, and it doesn't really give me any fear.
True. Yeah. I suppose you just get used to it.
Now, heights, that's a different thing.
Yeah, I know.
I'm scared going up a ladder.
Exactly, I know. How are you finding the campaign so far? How's it looking on the ground?
Well, Banff and Button is the seat that my colleague Karen Adam is defending, and it's a triple challenge, at least triple challenge between the SNP, the Conservatives have always been very strong in the northeast, and to some extent now Reform UK. So it'll be interesting to see how the Conservative and the Reform vote splits. All I know is that our NSP, Karen Adam, and her team are working very hard to build on the support that we already have.
Is Reform and the Conservatives, are they a worry, especially now?
I'm not going to single out any party because at the end of the day, what we're concerned about is getting our own supporters to come out and vote. That's the big challenge for us. Because we know from polling that there's good support for the SNP, there's even stronger support for independents. But always, for every candidate right across Scotland, the whole challenge is about getting our own supporters to actually vote on election day.
Yeah, voter turnout is an important. Yes. It's really important, especially for elections, and especially now. I mean, voter turnout has been decreasing.
Yeah, and we find this on the doorstep. There's a lot of disillusionment with politics in general. And is it any wonder there have been lots of scandals, and I mean personal scandals. I'm not talking about the ferries. When people raise the ferries with me, what I'd like to say to them is, what about the aircraft carriers? We're paying for those, and that's in the billions, not in the millions. And Scotland's paying for those and not getting the good of them. So no, the issues on the doorstep in Banff and Button are the National Health Service, and only the SNP can be trusted to stand up for the NHS. The cost of living, and we've seen in recent days how people who are reliant on home heating oil are now suffering because of Trump's illegal war in the Middle East.
I mean, to circle back to the NHS, I mean, one of the keynote addresses was a new scheme for walk-in sessions.
Yes.
How do you find that? What do you think it will improve, especially for Highland Island?
Well, I think it's got to improve. There's one slated for Aberdeenshire, and it's got to take the pressure off primary care to some extent. I know it's not a panacea, but I use my own situation as an example. I've got a problem with my knee. I need an X-ray and I need physio. If I'm able to use a walk-in centre to access those relatively easily available services without having to wait in the so-called 8 a.m. queue, if I can do that in a walk-in GP centre, get that X-ray, get that physio, that's got to take pressure off our primary care colleagues.
Yeah, definitely. And especially because investment is obviously a massive part of this election. And the Scottish Government announced in one of the press releases that an additional £3 million would be allocated for island upgrades. How would you want this money to be spent?
Highland
and Island.
Highland and Island upgrades for?
I think it was infrastructure.
For the NHS?
No, sorry, this was just for, this is unrelated to the NHS.
Infrastructure.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask you to be a wee bit more specific, because there's infrastructure required in everything from our schools to our health service to our council services. So if it's additional money over and above the paltry pocket money that we're already getting from Westminster, fair enough. But the whole point here, and which has been already emphasised this morning in the conference arena, is that we need the full powers of independence to be able to use the vast natural resources that Scotland has to be able to invest properly in our infrastructure. I'll give you one example. Defence. People often think the SNP are a bit light in terms of their support for our conventional defence systems. No, we are not. We're fully in favour of that. Where we take a stand is on nuclear weapons. We don't want nuclear weapons, but we will support our armed forces who have a tremendous, rich history of defending not just Scotland, but other places as well.
Yeah, definitely. Well, thank you for answering my questions.
My pleasure.
I appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks.
How are you? Good.
Very interesting stuff there. Very interesting stuff there. Especially with, the campaign and how it's looking, especially on the islands and Highlands and Islands. I mean, the SNP with current polling are predicted to win the election, and for Highland Island communities, it'll be interesting to see how the election plays out. No worries. We're changing over, so we'll just.
Martin Docherty-Hughes.
Martin Docherty-Hughes, former MSP. Hello, Martin.
MP, sadly not an MSP.
Oh, MP.
So yeah,
So,
I escaped that.
So how have you found the conference so far?
Yeah, good. It's nice to see a lot of people getting enthused about the upcoming election. Kind of interesting conference discussions this morning, critically around the new GP walk-in practice was talking about, and also it was good at that point for one of their MSPs to also mention the role of Jean Freeman in some of the rollout, but also the kind of the background that some of the projects that are going on there, given the kind of dedication that Jean has had or did have, sadly, to the cause of the NHS in Scotland.
So I've seen here that it is a £36 million investment in the delivery of 15 centres. So would these centres be added to existing GP surgeries or to?
Oh, that I couldn't answer because I don't have that overall knowledge.
Oh, of course.
So what I imagine is that I think there's 16 sites.
Okay.
And I believe that it will be in locations which have clearly been deemed the appropriate places to have them. Listening to Emma Harper this morning, notably down in Dumfries and Galway and West Dumfriesshire, clearly is going to make a big impact in the kind of rurality of that part of Scotland. As Emma would say, it's been probably long overdue, and it's an SNP government which is actually delivering on that.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I have seen, for example, Tayside patients being moved to the Highlands for cataract surgery. Chest, Heart and Stroke Scotland have talked about the concerning waiting times for heart treatment. So, yes, a £17.6 billion investment for NHS services and resources in 2026 to 2027. How about beyond 2027?
Yeah, it's going to be a challenge. I think there's different ways of looking at it. I mean, I'm not in government. I'm not an elected politician. I think for SNP members, it's about how we think about the future of delivery and challenging our own party leadership to maintain momentum and investment, and looking at new ways of making frontline delivery easier to access, but also more appropriate for those who are delivering those services. There are other countries that do it slightly differently. I'm glad to see that our government has not decided to go down the NHS England route of privatising all of our NHS data, which is a welcome position to take, and that they are structuring theirs around the NHS having ownership on, and more importantly, giving us as citizens of Scotland ownership of our NHS data, and eventually being able to make appointments. I think the issue you were talking about, moving around the country for appointments, it would be interesting to see if we as users of the NHS, if we saw there was an appointment coming up somewhere,
yes,
and we thought, do you know what, I'd rather go for that than hang around and say wait.
Exactly, especially for time sensitive.
Yeah, it's a conversation I don't think we're having, you know, and if it's more accessible, if you're able to do it, if you can travel from one part of the country to another and their appointment is free for you, how does that work out for you? I mean, I think that all needs to be looked at.
Mm-hmm. And there's also the question of affordability and accessibility of travel.
Yeah, no, you don't. I mean, try not and confuse the two. What you're trying to say is, like, if an appointment is available somewhere, and if you don't have the means to get there, I'm sure that conversation could be had.
Yes, I think it could be.
But I think SNP members, we need to be challenging our government to push that narrative a bit more, be a bit more clear about how we could use our new NHS app that's coming out. I know it's being tested, I think, in Ayrshire or Lanarkshire. I don't really know which NHS board it's getting tested in. But once that's up and running, if I were sitting in Clydebank and I could see I've got an appointment that I could go to and say Lanarkshire on a system that has my data, that I can see it, that I can access, as they do in Estonia, then that might be better for me.
I think so, yes. So you mentioned earlier how the leadership of the SNP needs to continue its momentum. How do you think they can achieve that in the upcoming election?
It's important to keep listening to people, but also to make sure that we as members and the senior membership are listening to what's going on in communities, not just, for example, online, about the real lived experience of those of us who are not in the front line of politics in our communities. People will say, oh, the ordinary people, there is no such thing as an ordinary person. We all have different aspects and different ways in which we live, and we have different challenges. And as long as we continue to listen, to act upon those issues, it's access to NHS, the cost of living crisis, which can be difficult given that we don't have the full levers of an independent government. That does become problematic because we need to be very upfront. I think these members and also as our governing party needs to be upfront that we do not have the full levers of an independent state the way the UK government has, and consistently listen but also make the argument as to why independence is key for our future as a country.
Yes. So do you believe that, for example, door-to-door canvassing would help engage more people into the election and not just in online spaces?
It always does.
Public opinion? Of course.
Yeah, no, it always does. I mean, if you're not willing to put your head above the parapet and knock someone's door, then one wonders what democratic politics is about, because if you're not willing to challenge your own ideas, you know, that's not democracy. That's authority. You know, if you're not up to challenging yourself,
yes,
you know, it could lead to very situations we don't want to be in. And we are, I think, in a kind of post-pandemic, we're starting to see people coming out of the kind of social media bubbles. We're starting to engage physically with one another again, and that could also be if, you know, if some of your viewers were members not only of the SNP but other political parties. About going to your branch, getting engaged, be active. It's not all about Facebook, X, and Instagram, or Snapchat if that's your thing. Real life is about us engaging and disagreeing with one another, but doing it in a way which is respectful and, you know, participating. You know, and I think that's important.
And I believe that sometimes the younger generations are believed to only engage with politics on social media, but that is not true. So I think by, yes, door-to-door campaigning or more in-person campaigning is another way to engage the younger demographics into politics.
Any demographic, I mean,
Yes,
I think in that
younger
sense,
especially.
you know, age, you know, you have someone of a certain age heading closer to 60 than to 50, that, you know, there were different challenges when I was a teenager or in my 20s, but they were different from my parents' generation.
Of course.
So we all have different challenges, but one effective thing is that as human beings, we're social beings, and to make an effective democracy, we need to engage with one another, and it's about listening, participating, having a disagreement, but a rational one, and one that is within, you know, democracy isn't about total freedom, it's about having some kind of limitations on how we interact with one another and respecting that, because without it, then it's just anarchy. And I've always been a person who believes that the branch structure of any democratic party is essential to keeping a party alive.
Yes.
But also not only as a party, but for us here in Scotland for the national movement.
Okay. Is there anything else you'd like to add about the conference?
No, it's been really good. It's nice to see Broadcasting Scotland here.
Of course, thank you.
More support to them, please. Keep watching, add to their fundraisers, etc. Thank you very much. And to have kind of an independent voice which likes to critique the national movement in the right framework. So nice to be here.
Of course, thank you very much.
Nice to see you.
Thank you.
Well done.
Yeah. Nice.
I enjoyed that.
Okay. Downstairs, hopefully. So that was Martin Doherty Hughes just earlier, and who we were speaking to.
Seamus, he was an MP for Highlands and Islands, Seamus, can't remember his second name, but Seamus, it was very interesting stuff, talking about the NHS, talking about investment for Highlands and Islands, very, very, very topical for the conference, and also the GP walk-in centres that was announced. That's their, one of their keynote addresses today.
And it looks like we'll be speaking to the Deputy Leader of the SNP, Keith Brown, later.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting. So watch your mics. So interesting stuff today.
Yes, yeah. Very much looking forward to it. We've spoken to several people about their opinions on the conference, positive and engaging more young people into the SNP, and keeping previous voters of the SNP interested as well.
Yes, exactly. And demographics is hugely important in this election, especially with younger people, and being able to entice people to get out there and get to the polls. It's a very important thing for the SNP. Largely seen a lot of younger people at the conference and also older people. So it's incredibly, we'll have to see what happens.
We'll be discussing the refugee integration scheme as well as investments into Highlands and Islands further, potentially biodiversity and rewilding as well.
And also we were talking about Gaelic and the Scottish Government's commitment to expanding Gaelic medium education to younger people and families throughout Scotland. And you see that in, schools like Glasgow Gaelic School, especially there's expansion across Glasgow. And with education, it's obviously incredibly topical, especially with the cuts to non-class contact, or the expansion of non-class contact for right now high school teachers and later in 2 years' time primary teachers. So yeah, we'll be asking all about that, and yeah, very interesting stuff. We are also going to be talking about investments into business. We saw in the SNP's, one of the pledges was 100% cut to business tax in the Highlands and Islands.
Well, business rates.
Business rates.
So that would potentially greatly reduce local inflation, which is an issue in the Highlands and Islands since importing goods can cost so much more, and the areas with a lower population tend to be more expensive to live in.
Especially with COVID.
Yes, that was a problem.
The Highlands and Islands have been very much in economic slump since COVID and all of that, aftermath from that.
As well as house prices and rural depopulation. The lack of opportunities as well has exacerbated the pretty much exodus from that part of the country.
There's a lot of young people in Highlands and Islands that can't get houses, which is probably what one of the policies in the conference was to say, which the government will invest, was it £10,000?
Yes, into the down payment.
Yeah. And I think the average, off the top of my head, house price for those down payments is £150,000.
I believe so.
Yeah. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out.
Yes, I hope to see how that would go and learn any more details about it.
Exactly. Yeah, definitely. And
also, let's see.
What about energy?
Yes, so further information on the rural Highlands and Islands communities. Yes. So tackling depopulation was another important one, supporting aging demographic, developing the economy, and assuring sustainability of vital services such as health, social care, and education.
What's interesting about the depopulation is obviously younger people are leaving Highlands and Islands at an expansive rate to go to bigger cities for more job and economic incentives, and it is just leaving older people on the islands, and obviously as they die out it just depopulates.
And it is a loss of culture as well, the Gaelic language and also the way of life of the Highlands and Islands.
Yeah, especially with Gaelic. I mean,
you are a Gaelic speaker.
Gaelic speaker, exactly. And especially up there, Gaelic is a lifeline for people. It's often the first language people speak. And with that older generation fading out, it'll be interesting to see how that plays out with Gaelic.
Gaelic is already an endangered language, with about 60,000 native speakers left in Scotland, I believe.
Yeah.
So this depopulation crisis is very closely linked. Yes, it is very closely linked to the decline of Gaelic speakers, and therefore solving depopulation would potentially solve that issue, or at least improve it.
And then the last few years, I think it was last year, where the Scottish Government introduced the Scottish Languages Act, which actually, I think it recognised Gaelic as the main language of Scotland, off the top of my head. I think it was Gaelic and Scots. So there's obviously a big push currently for Gaelic to be, widely recognised and to expand it. And it is. I think it is important. It is important.
So how do you feel that Gaelic, the language of Gaelic, is important to you personally?
Well, it's been something that I grew up with. especially in school. So seeing, it decline, it's sad because it's a decline in our own culture. I mean, especially up in the Highlands and Islands where, Gaelic should be, it should be popular. It should be like a lot of people should speak it. It's a shame.
There are so many advantages to knowing another language as well, not just employability.
Yeah.
But
so we're going to change over.
Yes, I'll
we'll
be
be
right
back
back.
in a second.
Hello, we are back and I'm here with Jackie Dunbar, the MP for Aberdeen Donside. MSP, sorry, MSP for Aberdeen Donside. Hello, thank you very much for speaking today. So what are your thoughts on the conference so far?
I think the conference as always is brilliant. Conference is a time where we can get our very positive messages out there when and a lot of times we don't always manage to get that positive messages out. So yeah, and it's great to meet the other candidates, get to know hopefully my new group of MSPs coming in May.
Yeah. So there have been changes, of course, proposed for education, such as reductions in non-contact times. How do you think that will impact the inequality gap in schools in the Aberdeen Donside area?
Inequalities for the pupils? Or
Yes, inequality between pupils and school attainment.
Well, school attainment, I think, is absolutely vital for children. We have got a lot of children who do benefit from being at schools. We've got the breakfast clubs and the free school meals, and that all helps gain the attainment for those most hard to reach, I would say. So anything like that is a huge step forward.
Great. And so for the GP walk-in centres, investing, I believe it's £36 million in 15 centres across Scotland. Oh, 16. I'm sorry, I was told 15 here.
Sorry. There's still 15 to go. So okay. I think that's what you were meaning.
So they're building new centres, not adding to existing GP surgeries, right? So then how do you think this will solve waiting times, and what other improvements can be made to those, do you think? Centres, I mean.
It's kind of going, for me, it's like going back old school. And it's going to be fantastic for folk who cannot get an appointment, and it's going to help with waiting times. A&E times will I would say definitely come down, because there's a lot of folk who don't know where to go if they're ill, and I think it will help the accident and emergency wards. Hopefully there won't be so many people rocking up to their door. They'll go to the GP walk-in centres as well. I think our pharmacists are underutilised as well. I often go to a pharmacist to get advice before I go and try and get an appointment with the doctor, because they are so helpful in saying whether they think, they've got no hesitation to put you to a doctor if they think that's where you should be going. But for minor ailments, they are absolutely fantastic.
Yes, and by emphasising the importance of pharmacies, then it reduces waiting times, and of course we will provide more funding for pharmacies. So,
and we're getting a walk-in centre in Aberdeen, which is going to be fantastic.
So for supporting Scotland's rural and highland communities, communities, not just the islands, but also Aberdeenshire, or any local area near the Cairngorms, there is going to be, yes, so depopulation. How do you think opportunities for training and jobs, as well as housing, can be improved in these areas?
Well, we just heard from Keith Brown and Christine Graham today about local, the pension funds being used to utilise building new houses. And I think that is a fantastic idea. It's something that I myself have been pushing with the local government pension schemes. And so I'm glad to see the resolution coming today and being agreed on. I think that's going to have a huge impact. We do need services in the rural areas, and the more housing we get, then the more. I think builders have got a part to play as well. When they're building houses, they have to recognise that they also need to build facilities to service those houses.
And also, all new council houses in Scotland, I believe, are required to have a switchboard built into them. So
from now on.
All new houses. So with these switchbooks and their contribution to the populations, do you think there are any particularly interesting policies that help with rewilding?
Well, it's just one part of the process. I would say there's a lot more as well. I'm currently the nature champion for the three sites of which are declining in numbers, and they drop the River Don right through my patch. And anything that we can rewilding along that river would be absolutely fantastic as well.
Okay, I think we're switching to this mic for better sound quality. Okay, well, thank you very much for speaking with us today, and we greatly appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Hello, and we are back. I am Isla Barker, and this is Katie Hagman.
Hello there.
So, as a councillor, Katie, how do you believe the SNP can help local councils with delivering their services, such as improvements to bus services, especially in the Stirling area and in rural and island communities?
Yeah, so I'm a councillor in Dumfries and Galloway, so I really understand and I should also say that I was the former resources spokesperson for the whole of local government, working with the CABSEC and other ministers. So having those conversations nationally about the importance of local government is really key. I'm also a candidate for the Holyrood elections, and I'm looking to stand in, well, I am going to be standing in Carrick, Cumnock and Doon Valley, and actually having those frontline services and them properly funded and supported, it's really vital. And having the spheres of government that people often talk about are really important, that we speak across local government, across the Scottish government, and hopefully in the not too distant future across the European Parliament as well, because I absolutely want to be back in Europe.
So how do you believe independence can affect the funding of local councils?
So I think the issue is trying to deliver with one hand behind our back. You know, the reality is that local government in Scotland is working with Scottish Government, but Scottish Government only have so many levers. We don't have the full powers that independence would bring, where it's a bizarre situation where we're having to ask and work with Scottish Government, who are then having to work on the handouts, essentially, of Westminster. And yes, there are various powers that have been devolved, but not all. And without those full powers that are devolved to Scotland, we're never going to achieve the ambitions that everybody wants for Scotland, whether that's in our frontline services or across our national policies.
So the SNP is the majority party at the moment, but how do you believe the SNP can appeal to voters who have not voted for them previously?
So it is really clear, and you know, Stephen Flynn spoke this morning at the opening of the conference, and you know, it was very clear the chaos of Westminster, I think, is becoming more and more apparent for everybody to see. And I think that, and again, it was touched upon. Anna Sarwar is not being listened to by his own party, and I think people are starting to really see that. It's evident before people's very eyes that, you know, the branch offices in Scotland for the parties of Westminster do not have the influence and power, and it is really, really clear that the SNP is the only party that will actually stick up for the people of Scotland, have the priority for the people of Scotland. And you know, it's our core aim is that we should have those full powers of a normal independent country. And I think members of the public, they are seeing that, and the case for independence is growing, the momentum for that is growing. We've got the march coming up, and you know, it feels really positive. The momentum is building, and we want to ensure that we capture that, but not just for the sake, but to actually deliver for the people of Scotland.
So this march that is coming up, as you mentioned, what would you like to say specifically about it? Its objectives, or what you hope to see from it?
So it's about that collaboration. It's more than just party politics. This is not about party politics. The SNP's core aim is independence for Scotland, but that is the ambition for a nation. It's not a political party. It's a civic movement, and the fact that, you know, under our party leader, First Minister John Swinney, he's leading that charge, and that collaborative working is how we get that independence over the line. And you know, we're really clear that we do need that majority for the SNP. We've done it before, and that's how we got the independence referendum last time, and we will continue to make sure that we get that this time as well. But it is about standing shoulder to shoulder with the people of Scotland across civic society, that we collaboratively come together with that joint message, that message of hope that actually we can do this, and it is for the benefit of Scotland and our nation and people.
That's perfect. So, other than independence, which is the SNP's flagship policy, what other policies mentioned today do you think will be especially beneficial to the people of Dumfries and Galloway?
So, I mean, talking Dumfries and Galloway, but also Carrick and Cumnock, which is just next door, it's south of Scotland. The issues of rurality, often we talk about the island communities, but the rural issues, and you know, there was the commitment to rural and island communities, and I'd really like to see that extended across the south of Scotland. Scotland's energy. We had a good debate on that one, and you know, it's again across the south of Scotland. We can see, I mean, there's very few places you can go in the south of Scotland where you can't see the generation of incredible power for the country, and we see it flowing south of the border, and we see the rates and the charges that we're being charged where we're producing the energy. So, you know, that campaign to ensure that there's that real, you know, community ownership and is progressed is really powerful. We also had the debate on land reform, and that's really, it's an important debate. There was a huge step taken forward with Land Reform Act previously, and we want to make sure that we push ahead on that as well. So, you know, it's exciting, and I think it's really important to say that yes, the SNP have been in power, in government for a long time now, but we're not taking that for granted, and we're not just sitting back and going, aha, we're done. We've got new policies, we've got new ideas, we're pushing and striving for the very best outcomes. And I don't know any SNP councillor or MSP that isn't putting 100% into delivering for their local communities.
That's excellent to hear. Is there anything else you would like to share, whether it's about your role as a councillor, the conference, or anything about the party?
I'm just really, I'm really happy to be here. I think, you know, we are a positive party. I think today the buzz in the hall, around the exhibition stalls, there's some fabulous organisations here to speak with. It's really great. We've got lots of work to do. We've got the election coming up. We've got, so I guess my sort of final plea would be, if you're a member, come out, join your campaigns. They're really positive. They're actually lots of fun. I love knocking on the doors. I love speaking to people. And yeah, it's really good. And then obviously the most important message is on the 7th of May that we need everybody to vote SNP.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, welcome back. I'm here with Dr. Alistair Allen, MSP for Ellan and Ear. How are you doing?
Great, thank you. Good to hear.
Perfect. How are you finding the conference so far?
Good. It's. I think the conference and the party are in good form at the moment. I think we've seen a big increase in the party's confidence about itself since the 2024 elections. Not just because of opinion polls, but I think under the leadership of John, I think people can see where we're going. And we're in touching distance of getting that majority that people need us to get.
Yeah. How are you finding the campaign? What do you think the campaign's looking like on the ground? Is it going well?
Yeah, I think there's a big difference. I keep making the comparison, but I can see the difference on going around the doors compared to a couple of years ago. And I think that our vote, we just need to motivate them to turn out and explain the reasons for that. But I think at the heart of this campaign will be independence. You'll hear that talked about a lot at this conference, about the fresh start of independence and the way to get it. Yeah.
Especially for island and rural communities, in terms of how they'll vote, is there any worries with the SNP and obviously your constituency?
Well, some of the concerns that people have in a constituency like the Western Isles are the same concerns that people have everywhere, like the cost of living, but sometimes there are distinctive local bits to that. So, for instance, the fact that so many people, half of people in the islands are on oil heating means that what's happening internationally to the price of oil has an impact on them. Sometimes there are really specific local concerns. The obvious one is transport and the provision of ferries that people will bring up. The SNP government is investing in renewing the Calmac fleet with the first of the replacement vessels here and ready to carry passengers. So there's specific things that people raise, but a lot of it is about the cost of living and specifically the cost of living in an island.
Yeah, and obviously in terms of what you were saying with people heating their homes with oil, is that something that you want to change, especially all the renewable on islands and rural communities?
We're doing well at rolling out renewables, both in terms of generating it, in terms of what goes into people's houses, but people can see the irony of living in a place which is hosting big renewables projects, which is part of Scotland's future, part of our island future is to do that, but at the same time having the worst fuel poverty practically in the country, and that's made worse by the fact that we've got a broken energy system in the UK that makes people, the further north they live, pay even more.
Yeah. So turning to the NHS, one of the keynote addresses was a new scheme to introduce walk-in sessions to GPs. Do you support that? What do you think that's going to? How do you think that's going to turn out?
I think that will make a difference. So there is one in my constituency in Benbecula that will be getting underway soon, and I think that will make a difference. I think it will, in many parts of the country certainly, it will get past this 8 a.m. rush that people have been complaining about quite rightly. It will also mean that people can go to the doctor when it suits them without taking a day's annual leave just to do it, and that's particularly important in many rural areas.
Yeah, definitely. And obviously one of the SNP's plan was to obviously expand Gaelic medium education, GME, to families and younger people across Scotland. Do you think that the government or the SNP could do more to expand Gaelic, especially within rural communities?
Well, as a Gaelic speaker, someone living in a Gaelic community and someone who's been involved in the past as Gaelic Minister, there's always more we can do. The limiting factor really there is the number of teachers available. And that's probably where the focus of effort will have to be in the future, because there's no shortage of parents and families and young people who want to go through Gaelic medium education, and that's a big part of the future of Gaelic.
Yeah, well, it's interesting because obviously the SNP have introduced the expansion of non-class contact time, and I think it's in 2027 or 2029 where high school teachers will get that expansion. Do you think, especially for Gaelic teachers, that will have any impact on it, especially because it will mean that teaching quality might be affected?
I can't really answer that specifically, other than to say that I think the efforts that are being made there around teachers' time are an effort to make sure that teachers feel they have the time to prepare, the time to work, the time to do their job without constantly being moved from class to class. I think that's a good thing. I think it will have a beneficial impact for Gaelic medium education and all other types of education.
Yeah, that's perfect. And I've got one last question for you. Are there any plans to expand and encourage the biodiversity and rewelding in the Highlands and Islands, especially for because it's obviously quite topical within rural communities?
Yeah, I think a lot of this is about putting solutions in communities' hands. So whether that's a crofting community, making sure that a common grazings committee or a community are able to take on agro-environment schemes, whether it's about making sure that, I think generally it's about making sure the power is in the community's hands to do things. Yeah. We have to get things right. We have to make sure that we're incentivising the right kind of biodiversity projects. I tend to shy away from the word rewilding because it de-emphasises the people who are part of this. Yeah.
That's perfect. Thank you so much for answering my questions. Lovely speaking to you.
Nice to speak to you.
Thank you. And is that us? Yeah, so perfect, thank you. So yeah, very interesting stuff, especially topical with Highland Island communities. Great opportunity to ask Dr. Alistair Allen all these questions, especially with Gaelic medium education, the NHS, especially how the GP walk-ins, the new scheme, to how that will affect people in the Highlands and Islands. It was very interesting to hear his perspective on it. Obviously, something of note was the expansion of non-class contact time and how that will affect teaching in the Highlands and Islands. Obviously, it's something that we'll just have to see what happens, but I mean, it is a pilot scheme with primary school teachers starting off, and with secondary teachers in 2 years' time we'll be doing it. But yeah, that's fantastic. Welcome back to Broadcasting Scotland. We're here at the SNP National Conference in Edinburgh. I'm Ewan Hughes.
I'm Isla Barker.
We heard from Dr. Alistair Allen, and you were interviewing
Katie Hagman and Jackie Oh dear. Anyway, and also Martin Doherty Hughes.
Yeah. Very topical questions, especially with the keynote addresses that have been made. We were talking about, SNP walk-in schemes. We're talking about expansion of Gaelic medium education, re-welding and biodiversity in the Highlands and Islands. Isla was talking about with other candidates in Aberdeen North.
Yes. So, for example, with Katie Hagman, she was not only talking about depopulation prevention schemes in the island, she was also talking about rural areas such as in the Borders area and also in Dumfries and Galloway, increasing opportunities for young people, improving transport and healthcare. Also, and with Jackie Dunbar from Aberdeen Donside, she was speaking about how accessibility is the most important part in healthcare and how how these GP walk-in centres will improve that. There are 16 centres that are going to be set up with this £36 million investment.
Yeah. Very interesting, especially with the 36 million investment. It said in the document that it was going to be part of the existing budget. So, questions still are to be asked about if that will affect any other, parts of the budget. Especially, to do with like mental health services and things like that, which are already struggling in Scotland. And it doesn't say anything on the sheet there, but
So we could always ask.
Yep, exactly. But yeah, especially we were asking Dr. Alistair Allen about the expansion of renewable energy in the Highlands and Islands, and especially because, off the top of my head, I think he said about 50 to 60% of local islanders heat their homes with oil, and especially because, there probably is an irony that in the Highlands and Islands there is a massive expansion of renewable energy. So it's interesting to see how that will be phased into place in the next few years since this election.
Yes. It also has a connection to the older Victorian tenement homes that you will see, for example, in the Stirling and Edinburgh area. Those sandstone buildings are less energy efficient than how they could be. And so another important thing bringing Scotland to net zero would be reducing the heat loss and the reliance on fossil fuels in Scottish homes and businesses over the next few years.
Yeah, definitely. And obviously, in relation to businesses in the Highland Islands, I think it was 100% business.
Business rates being axed.
Yeah, and obviously that's in relation to businesses struggling in the Highlands and Islands. After the backlog in COVID, obviously all of that. So it's most likely a big relief for Highlanders and Islanders that this policy has been introduced, especially for businesses.
But another question we should ask is, councils in Scotland are partially funded by business rates, and so by taking away business rates from these council areas, we shall have to ask how they're going to compensate for this lack of revenue.
Yeah, we're going to just do a rollover if you bear with us. Hello, welcome back. I'm Ewan Hughes. I'm here with MP Stephen Gethens. How
Hi,
are you doing?
good afternoon. Good to see you. Thanks for having me on.
No worries at all. How are you finding the conference so far?
Great, really, really good. I was in early this morning with a really good fringe event on the security situation, the international situation, with some really good panellists, including Marriott Leslie, former NATO ambassador, Stuart MacDonald, former MP. Really good participation. Folk turned up early, got stuck in, good conversations.
How are you finding the campaign on the ground so far?
It's been good. I'm really lucky. We've got good campaign teams in Dundee, where I am, but also in Angus as well. Folk are working really hard, out chapping doors, delivering materials, but it's great having some good conversations, and it's good to be out and about speaking to people.
Yeah, definitely. One of the keynote speeches that the SNP gave today was obviously the GP walk-in sessions.
Yeah.
How do you think that will be introduced? How do you think it will be a good idea for obviously patients?
Well, there's one in Lochee in Dundee, so that's not quite my part, but benefits there. I think it's great, and it's good. So we're seeing that real priority of focusing on the NHS from the First Minister. It's important. It's something that comes up as important to people, and it's really good to see that focus from the First Minister. It's something that people care about. Obviously, it's a learning process. It always is with an organisation as big as the NHS. But really pleased to see the progress has been made, see these walking centres open. The First Minister said he was going to do it, and he's doing it. And that's really important.
I mean, from what you're saying, and what we've seen in the conference, it seems to be that everyone's rallying around the First Minister. Have you seen that within the party itself?
Yeah, well, look, we're really fortunate to have the First Minister. He's got the experience, he's got the drive, and it's not just in the party. You see it more in the wider public as well. And fundamentally, people will be choosing who's going to be the next First Minister. And I think John Swinney has earned the right for re-election, and I'm really pleased that he's our First Minister. He's doing a fantastic job, and he's far and away the best candidate in this election for First Minister.
That's perfect. I'll not keep you waiting because I know you've got into. Thank you so much for.
Thanks for having me on.
Thanks. Thank you. Perfect. Very interesting stuff. Thank you.
Nice. So, how was that interview?
Very interesting. Very interesting. I mean, it's obviously. I think you said that in Dundee, there's obviously already a scheme that was. That came before all of the walk-in sessions, so it's interesting to see that obviously Stephen Gethin has he's seen that in his own. Wasn't in his constituency, but it was close to. So it's interesting to see that at first hand.
Yes, and was there any discussion on the Dundee University financial? Well, be careful with saying this, but financial circumstances.
It didn't get a chance to ask that, unfortunately. He was in quite a rush. But yeah, it will be interesting to see how that plays out, and especially because we've seen, a wave across Scotland, across Scottish universities, where there is, financial difficulties, and yeah, it is certainly a worry for a lot of students.
Yes. And also with visa changes for international students, it is putting Scottish universities into a further environment of uncertainty, because international students greatly fund Scottish universities. For example, the University of Stirling, 30% of their students are international, which greatly contributes to their revenue, especially with the voluntary severance scheme and with any other financial discrepancies or deficits. Yes. So, what else did you speak about?
Well, we spoke about how he's feeling about the campaign. Very grassroots in MP and Stephen Gethin's campaign. He's feeling very positive about it. He's very lucky. He said he's very lucky to have a team that he does. So yeah, it will be interesting to see how he plays out in Dundee. Yeah.
Yes. So I think we're going to roll over with another interview with an MSP. Hello, and we are back. I'm Isla Barker, and this is Siobhan Brown.
Good morning. How are we?
Very well, yes. How are you?
I'm very well. I've just arrived at conference. There's been traffic on the M8 both ways, but no, really happy to be here.
Perfect. So, could you please explain what your role is in this conference and your thoughts on the event so far?
Yes, so I'm the MSP for Air and also Minister for Victims and Community Safety, and just glad to be here today as we get ready for I think it's 55 days before the election now, so I think everybody's really passionate and driven and full of energy, and we just can't wait for May the 7th.
And are there any specific SNP policies that you think would greatly benefit your area of Air?
I think a lot of them, to be honest. Like with the free bus travel, for example, my eldest daughter who's just finished nursing, she was able to go up and down to Glasgow University and not have to stay up there. So it's benefited so many people in my family as well. Also childcare. I remember with my older children how much I had to pay when they were at nursery until they went into P1, and honestly I just worked for nothing, and then just be able to pay for childcare, it just helped so many families out. I think the announcement yesterday about the £10,000 for youngsters to get on the property ladder is it really is going to be fantastic. I've got a 19-year-old at home that I thought he's going to be with me till he's 40, so now I've got hope that he might be able to get on the property ladder.
Excellent. So with childcare, how has the SNP improved childcare, whether it's accessibility, affordability or quality?
Yes, so when my first two, I've got a 19 and 21-year-old, nearly 22, so they were only, I think it was 15 hours they were only allowed at the time. So because it's been bumped up and now for 3 and 4 year olds and it's full time, so it saves £4,500 per child per year. So if you've got 2 kids that are around 5 and to 3, you're saving £9,000 a year. So yeah, it helps every household, and it also helps, I know lots of grandparents are out there helping with like childcare for their grandchildren, but it also helps them as well.
Excellent. And is there anything else you would like to add before we wrap up?
No, just really looking forward to the rest of the conference and listening to the First Minister.
No, thank you very much, Yvonne Brown.
Okay, no, thank you very much.
Hello, welcome back. I'm here with MSP Stuart McMillan. How are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you. Yourself?
Not bad, thank you. How are you finding conference so far?
Yeah, it's a great atmosphere. Everyone seems to be very much up for the election. Looking forward to it, and yeah, it's it. Looking forward to Parliament finishing in a couple of weeks, so we can get back out the streets every single day.
Yeah. And you're candidate for Inverclyde?
Yes. Yeah. So currently the MSP for Inverclyde, but also with boundary changes, it does change slightly. So Inverclyde.
How are you finding the campaign on the ground?
It's actually been very good. We started in September of last year, knocked on many doors, spoke to a lot of people. The reception is very good. Take nothing for granted. A week's a long time in politics, as I say, so we've still got 2 months to go, and we continue to work hard.
Yeah, exactly. So obviously one of the keynote speeches today was the introduction of the walk-in services for GP surgeries. How do you feel about that?
I think it's an excellent policy, and I know it certainly will help different communities, obviously kind of where they're going to be in the first instance. So it's something I very much welcome, and yeah, hopefully it can be rolled out further.
Yeah. One of the other policies was an expansion of non-class contact time for teachers, currently for primary school teachers and later high school teachers. Do you think that will have any impact on education, especially with it within Inverclyde in your constituency?
I think it's certainly something that clearly it has been lobbied for and campaigned for quite some time, and I'm pleased that it's going to be delivered. I also know that I've had a lot of engagement with parents of children with additional support needs, and I think certainly if it does help with other engagement there, then I warmly welcome it, because I think we all know that there are additional challenges with trying to provide that level of support that's really required, whether it's in primary and also in secondary. But I think anything that can actually help, particularly with children with additional support needs, it's very much something I warmly welcome.
So obviously within conference today there has been there's very much been a buzz about the atmosphere. Do you think that just the party has really rallied behind the First Minister and the current campaign?
I think the job that John Swinney has done, being the party leader, or returning to be party leader, and also as First Minister, has been exceptional. Really kind of brought the party back together. We are all a united party, and it's certainly very much every single day it's one foot forward. And you're right in terms of the buzz about the conference. We've been to some in recent years where it's maybe not been as joyous. This is different. The party is in very much a different place, and very much looking forward to the upcoming election.
With the rise of obviously like different political parties like Reform, do you see any difficulties for the SNP gaining the majority that they want at all in this election?
The majority is there for winning. I've said that for months now. The majority is there for winning. It's entirely up to us. In my constituency, I'm not going to make the election about one party or one individual. It's about every single person who lives in the constituency. It's about Scotland. It's about everyone, not one party. So I'm not going to focus my campaigning on trying to do down another party. We have a very positive message to sell, a very positive message to take to the public, and that's what I'm doing. Because I know that the SNP are the only party that really stands up for Scotland. We are the party that's on Scotland's side, and we need to really kind of hammer that message home and repeat it and repeat it and repeat it, because it's the truth. And also, the SNP has shown since we came to power in 2007, we have delivered, and we will continue to deliver for the people of Scotland.
That's fantastic. I'll not keep you anymore. Thank you for asking my questions. I appreciate it much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, and we are back. I'm Isla Barker, and after interviewing Siobhan Brown, I am interviewing Siobhan Tolland from Dundee City Centre. You are a local councillor?
Yes, that's correct, yep, and SNP member for Dundee City West.
So you've mentioned that you are a member of the Union for the Dundee University, which is experiencing difficult financial circumstances. How do you think the SNP can help with the financial deficits in Scottish universities, especially with international student visas becoming more complicated?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's important to note that there is the general kind of crisis, if you like, of higher education in terms of funding. Dundee University is different in that. Every university has its own financial issues, but Dundee University's situation was unique in the sense that the financial problems came from significant and long-term financial mismanagement. And I think that that's the kind of difference. And sometimes to bring Dundee University as part of the wider kind of crisis in higher education is actually a little bit of a misnomer there. So it's different. I think it's important to establish that. I think that the Scottish Government and the SNP have bailed out Dundee University. I don't think they have. Dundee University effectively had no money unless that bailout came, and we're still working on a deficit. We have another round of voluntary redundancies, which opened and then closed just on Friday there. So we have a lot of staff leaving with a very, very short space of time. There's no institutional knowledge, which is something we spoke to the principal about just last week. So it's a very, very tense situation. In terms of how the SNP could help higher education, I think it's a very, very difficult situation. There is a narrative that it's about raising the fees. That's certainly not what the unions would suggest. I mean, if you look at the situation in England when the fees are phenomenally high, they are still in financial crisis. I think that there is an element of, we had such a huge expansion in the 80s and 90s, and I think, unfortunately, I think it's maybe becoming unsustainable at this moment in time. The unfortunate thing is that the narrative in Dundee University specifically is to reduce courses that are not considered profitable. We know what that means. That's
so the arts
and the subjects that enhance, teach and refine critical knowledge and critical analysis and critical understanding. Those are massively important skills for a democratic society, but they're not considered profitable in a straightforward monetary sense. So that's I think that's a problem for me, and that's a problem for all universities. Well, no, I think there's a university in England that are, I don't think it's actually RGU, is it, that's like completely wiping their language courses, for instance. So it's a problem. Yeah.
So how have you found the conference so far on the new policies or the people you've been speaking to, and also for generating momentum ahead of the upcoming election?
Yeah. There's a shift, I think, from the last conference, and I think that was felt quite clearly. There's a shift in mood and a shift in thinking. I think that the couple of conferences before, we were very despondent. The right were, galvanising, the extreme right were galvanising. We had our own crises inside the party and within the Scottish Government as well. But there's a shift in the tone and there's a shift in the positivity, I think. Lochie is one of the first areas that are doing the new GOP and GP practices, so that's my ward, so that's a kind of really nice thing to kind of be moving forward with. The motion on independence and kind of preparing England for independence, I thought was an interesting one, because it is a shift in that thinking, and it's something that we've been talking about for quite a while, is that extrication that we have to do. I went to a very interesting fringe meeting this morning on Scotland in a dangerous world and how we manage our defence, and effectively the core message is we cannot think of ourselves as just a mini UK. When we become independent, we create our own defence system, but it can't be a mini UK structure. There's lots of different models that we can think about and how we start to manage our own defence in a very, very uncertain world. Issues that we didn't think about back in 2014. The world has changed a lot, and we need to kind of modernise ourselves for that. Yeah.
So you mentioned that in your ward there is a drop in GP surgery. How have you seen it benefit the local population?
I mean, it's only just started yet, and there's some kind of uncertainty as to whether it's going to take just people within that GP practice. My understanding is that it's not, although the practice seems to think so. So there's some confusion there, I think, slightly, unfortunately. But the point of that is, of course, is to allow anybody to drop in, and that I think it's an amazing thing, and I think it's it seems to be building. I think for a while, and I think this is where the positivity is coming back, I think for a little while we were kind of not really coming up with new ideas in terms of how we manage ourselves and how we push ourselves forward as a government and as a party. And I think that the commitment to the NHS, the radical changes that are now happening within the NHS in order to man and help us kind of perform much better is really great, and I think the GP walk-in practice is a great example of that. We really suffered at the back of COVID. I mean, we weren't in, no NHS was in the best position, but I think, to me, it's evidence of how we can manage our own affairs better. Lots of criticisms for the NHS, some fair, some not. But the fact of the matter is, we are beginning to build that strategy much better. Our child, and this is connected to the NHS, but our child poverty levels are the lowest across the UK. That's because the Scottish Government has invested in children, in anti-poverty mechanisms, and I think that's going to be the same within the NHS as well. I will make one caveat, and I made this at Council a while back, because we're always told that health is devolved. Health is devolved, but the precipitators and the kind of causes of poverty and those health-related consequences come from Westminster. So the disability-related cuts that were made by the Labour Party just last year, for instance, that will come down the line at us in terms of its health consequences. So health is devolved, but we have to deal with the consequences of decisions that are made in Westminster, which effectively decrease our health outcomes. Our health outcomes our active health is very poor, and the difference between rich and poor is phenomenal in terms of our life expectancy and our healthy life expectancy. That's poverty-related issues. We don't get much to control that because those decisions are made at Westminster. So it's a very complex picture, but we're trying.
Of course. Well, so you are representing the Dundee city centre area. How do you think Lochie, yes. How do you think that mental health services such as Hope Point or also drug rehabilitation services are functioning in Dundee in the area, and also how can the SNP help to elevate these services?
I think, Hope Point is a really good example of kind of innovative practice, and that comes through the Health and Social Care Partnership, and effectively what it is a drop-in service for crisis. So it's open 24/7, it's run by it's peer run, but there's also lots of expertise there as well. So it is a kind of really good example of what can be done. In terms of drugs, well, Dundee has obviously that reputation for high levels of drug death, not just drugs but alcohol as well. And again, I think it comes back to those poverty-related circumstances that we're on. We are making inroads within that and trying to kind of reduce. We're MAT standards. I think we're managing to kind of create those, reach those targets. There's still a lot of work to do. However, Dundee had a drug commission a few years ago, and there's still some things that need to be followed through in terms of that, in terms of taking drug treatment and putting it back into the community, not just this centralised, ghettoised process. And that's something that I think Dundee is working on and trying to kind of build inroads into. It's a phenomenally complex scenario in a situation, and I think we all probably know someone who's died or had a bad life because of alcohol or drugs. I certainly know I have, and one of the first things I did when I was a councillor is we did a kind of a memorial for those who had died for drugs and alcohol, and it was surprising. People were just passing and saying, "Can I speak?" And because I lost my daughter or I lost my dad or so forth. So it's a difficult one, and it's highly complex. There's no overnight solution. There's discussion about a drug testing facility within Dundee. UK are very far behind in that. And if you think about how Scotland works and how the rest of the UK work or England works, it's that decriminalisation, seeing it as a health issue rather than a criminal issue, and I think that's maybe where the difference in our perception goes. That goes the same with knife crime as well. If you look at what Glasgow did, they treated it as a public health issue rather than a crime issue, and it had those massive positive consequences as well. It's a shift in the thinking, and I think that's where Scotland's ahead. We forget sometimes that we are inward thinking much further ahead than other countries perhaps within the UK. So it's not good. We've got the Glasgow effect, we've got the long-term poverty-related effects as well from the Thatcher years. The consequences are these people are lacking resilience because of years and years of poverty and drug use as well. So it's a difficult one. Yeah.
Yes, so by treating, for example, knife crime as a public health issue, it not only destigmatizes it, but it also puts less strain on the police forces, and it can also provide more funding to public health. So do you have any other thoughts you'd like to share about, well, the conference, your policies, anything about just the party at all?
I mean, one of the things that I've been very much involved in has been the anti-fascist rallies, and we call them community protection gatherings, where the fascists started rallying outside Reed Square. Yeah, Reed Square. These were kids. These were unaccompanied minors. It was a very, very difficult situation. It has kind of calmed down because actually the leaders have, from the Dundee Patriots, they've been arrested and charged with various assault charges and so on and so forth. But my point here is that we had to do, it's a cross-party thing. It doesn't actually, we're non-party political, but there is an element here that one of the things that I'm extremely proud of in terms of the SNP is the pro-immigration, the pro-humanity of the policies and practices of the SNP and the Scottish Government in how we manage asylum seekers and immigration as well. And it's that humanity that I think has got lost in that reform and extreme right-wing shift that seems to be happening. I think that's beginning to resonate now. I think that humanity is beginning to reappear because for a while it felt quite lost, I think. But the one thing that the SNP, I think, has done very clearly and uncompromisingly is the humanity of people in need. And that's one thing that I am extremely proud of in terms of being part of the SNP. And I saw and still do see my role as an SNP councillor is to reinforce that at every level I possibly can.
Well, thank you very much. We'll be back in a moment just after a break.
Hello, I'm Ewan. I'm with Simon Barrow, Trade Union Group of the SNP. How are you doing?
Doing very well. Good to talk to you.
How are you finding the conference so far?
Okay. I think obviously everyone's focused at the moment on the forthcoming elections. But I think this is an opportunity also to sort of pitch the direction of the party into those elections. So there are some important issues that we're discussing, like land reform, like energy. And so I think from that point of view, it shows that we're determined not just to try and win elections, but to try and set a new direction for Scotland.
So how do you think the campaign's getting on so far, especially for being in May?
Well, it's really going to take off later this month and into April. But at this stage, it's all about people doing the sort of bedrock work in the community with early canvassing and so on. Obviously, the polls are going in a good direction. I'm the National Secretary of the SNP Trade Union Group, which is the largest affiliate body within the party. And our concern is that the SNP, as well as making its pitch for independence as central to our rationale, actually has a transformative vision for Scotland. I think there are elements of this within the agenda that we're tackling today, but there's more work that needs to be done, and more work after the election as well. But the Trade Union Group has been pushing for things like a joined-up industrial and energy strategy that tackles the green challenge and the challenge of just transition away from fossil fuels. We've been working on the whole area of economy and taxation, working closely with the Scottish Trade Union Congress, which has had quite a bit of input into discussions around the manifesto. Those are, I think, the things that we're working on, as well as the grassroots campaigning.
Yeah. How are you finding balancing, representing your union members with working within a political party? Is it quite complex?
Well, it depends which trade union you're part of. I have been part of, for many years, the National Union of Journalists. The NUJ is not a politically affiliated union. Of course, the whole issues of media ownership, media control, ethics within the union, I was on the union's ethics council for about 7 years, is really, really important. But in a sense, I think trade unions like the NUJ, the ones that are not politically affiliated, as well as those who are more directly involved in politics, can bring a broader perspective to debates about the economy, debates about the environment, debates about the media and so on. Those of us who also work in political parties are then looking at the practical programmes and policies that can deliver on the kind of things that people want to do to change the country for the better.
So what inspired you to get involved with trade union group within the party?
Well, obviously the fact that I am a trade unionist, and I think that the SNP has diverse roots, of course. Its main commitment is towards independence, but it's also a social democratic party. I myself am a Green Socialist, and I'm one of a number of those in trade unions and around trade unions who want to see the party as a vehicle for broad campaigning around this transformative vision for Scotland, because the point of independence is not simply that we have our own institutions, but that we're actually able to change the country for the better. That means getting rid of nuclear weapons. It means actually moving towards Scotland's green energy future, because really the resources that we have at our disposal show that we have the capacity and wealth to develop as a positive independent country, but that needs to be shared fairly. And of course trade unions are all about ensuring that working people have a key say in directing these kind of changes.
Well, that's fantastic. I think that's 2:00, so I'll not keep you waiting any longer, but thank you very much
Good.
for
Thank you.
answering questions. Thank you very much.
Hello, and we are back. I am Isla Barker.
I'm Ewan Hughes.
And we have just finished a series of interviews with councillors, MSPs and former MSPs. For example, I spoke to Siobhan Tolland from the Dundee City Centre Council, and as well as Siobhan Brown from the MSP for Ayr.
Yeah. We spoke to a range of MSPs and MPs across Scotland. Spoke to Simon Barrow, the trade union group member for the NUJ. Very interesting stuff, especially with how he balances being a trade unionist in a political party. It's really interesting stuff.
Yes, and now the second half of the conference has just begun. For example, there will be the discussion of the SNP 2026 Manifesto, Topical and Emergency Resolutions, and the address by the leader of the SNP, John Swinney.
We've been interviewing candidates, we've been interviewing MSPs all day, and it's been interesting to hear their views, especially with the announcements and keynote addresses that the SNP have announced, and how that will affect Scotland and Scottish communities, Scottish peoples, and particularly the Highlands and Islands, where especially with businesses and economic decline. It's interesting to hear how the SNP's vision for the next 5 years will be integrated.
Yes. So I'm sure that the speech will be a very rousing one, and I think we are moving on back to the feed of the conference in just a moment.
Yes, so the topical debate's part of obviously what the SNP, how the SNP have been campaigning, prime of which would be independence. It's been a part of the conversation that every candidate, most candidates we've spoken to, especially with especially in the next 5 years, it's what the SNP wants to get done as a referendum, and it's interesting because you obviously have different political parties that will say different things.
Yes, and so other than independence, as was said by several MSPs we spoke to, it was the NHS, education, and depopulation of the rural and Highlands areas that were the most important.
Yes, and particularly in education, I mean, the Scottish Government announced that there would be expansion of non-class contact time with primary school teachers and special education teachers, and then later high school teachers. So it's interesting to hear their views on that.
Okay, and also the renewal of the new Scots refugee integration strategy, such as developed in partnership with COSLA, the Scottish Government and Scottish Refugee Council to improve integration of refugees and asylum seekers within Scotland.
Hi there, how are you doing? I'm Ewan, it's nice to meet you.
Ewan, how are you doing?
Thank you. Your name, sorry?
Chris Stevens.
Chris Stevens, perfect.
Wee Silver.
Perfect. So, well, obviously, welcome. Thank you for speaking with us today. So how you find conference so far?
Positive and upbeat, Ewan. People seem to be in very good spirits.
Yeah.
I think that's probably reflected in feedback from the doors, certainly in Glasgow, and I'm sure it seems to be, from what I'm talking to other people, it seems to be the same everywhere else. So.
I mean, in terms of like knocking on doors, how are you finding the campaign on the ground?
I think our vote is firmer and stronger than it was in 24. Definitely seeing that, and definitely seeing a lot of anger towards the current Westminster government and the British Labour Party. A lot of nervousness around reform and what they bring and pollute into our daily politics and political discourse in general. So I'm in good spirits.
Yeah. Well, go back to obviously reform. Do you see any areas in which the SNP might struggle, especially with the although people are seen as the rise of reform?
No, but we need to tackle it head on. Not everybody that's voting reform is a racist, although I think they are clearly a racist party and clearly a far right party. But we need to ensure that our message is reflecting the anger and mood towards, and particularly towards cost of living and other issues, and to make sure that we are the party that reflects Scotland's values, that we be Scotland's choice, and that we reflect on that independence and the cost of living are campaigns that need to go together.
And in terms of independence, do you think that within the next 5 years we will have a Scottish referendum for independence?
Yes, I do, and I certainly hope so. That might take another Westminster election to absolutely seal the deal, but I am confident that I think that these things had to happen in cycles, and I think that people had to see what a British Labour Party government are like, because I think people have forgotten that. They now see it, and I think that having seen that Westminster's entirely broken, and it's time to shape our destiny as a nation, as a fully independent nation in the world.
And moving on to the keynote addresses that was announced today, in terms of the new scheme to introduce walk-in sessions for GP surgeries, how do you feel about that?
I think that's a good thing. Some people struggle to get an appointment with a GP. I'm not been in that position myself, because I think I've got access to a very good GP. But I think that's a good thing, and I think that it opens up the National Health Service into communities, and also gives people the assurance that they can go somewhere to discuss their health issues. So I'm very much in favour of it.
Perfect. And just, obviously I won't keep you waiting, but one last question. There's been quite a buzz in the conference, and it seems to be that like everyone's rallying around the First Minister. Do you get that sense within the party?
I think John's done a good job. I think he's done a very good job actually in bringing people together. John is very much someone who from very early on in his life has been part of our movement, and I think people know that, and I think he's always had the movement's fuel and beating heart, and I think that he has been able to display a self-confidence which any civic nationalist movement needs, and I think that's what John has done. And I think that people are rallying in a way, not just because of John, but I think we're starting to see a good team and a team feel to this again, and I think that's going to be positive going forward.
That's fantastic. Thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you, Ian.
Thank you.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Thanks. Perfect.
All right.
Thank you. So yeah, very, very, very interesting stuff. Heard from Stephen there. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how John Swinney's, the First Minister's speech will carry out and what he'll talk about. Angus Robertson. So yeah, so we'll see how the conference plays out over the next few hours. Parts of, obviously, it's been a very strong part of the campaign has been about funding and about education, about healthcare, and we've heard that from lots of candidates throughout the day. And coming up, Angus Robertson will. He'll be campaign manifesto. Perfect. So it'll be interesting to hear what the SNP will be doing over the next 5 years if they are elected. And the manifesto will set out that roadwork and that pathwork for setting out a new vision for Scotland. And yeah, so it's been very interesting to hear about all of the different things that the candidates want to achieve, how they want the party to introduce these things. I mean, especially when it comes to Highland and Island, like Gaelic medium education, and how that will affect, local communities, how the decline of Gaelic will affect local communities. And I mean, you've seen it in recent years where the Scottish Government have introduced the Scottish Languages Act, which recognises Gaelic and Scots as the official languages of Scotland. And in this keynote address as well, they have announced a greater measure to help Gaelic medium education for families and younger people. Also, in relation to islands and rural communities, the government announced I think it's 100% free business. I think it's business levies. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out, especially in the next few years, because a lot of the way councils generate their local revenue is by these taxes. So without them, there's a lot of questions to be asked about how that will affect council spending. And obviously, in terms of education, we've got an expansion of non-class contact time with special education teachers and primary teachers and later high school teachers, and we've been asking about how if that will affect the level of education that pupils have gotten. A lot of the answers we've gotten is that teachers will have more time to prepare, teachers will have more time to get lessons, to prepare for lessons for special education. I think the conference has just started back, so we will cut to that shortly.
to make sure that we have the best ideas that are part of our election-winning platform. I'm going to give you two numbers to scare you. There are only 54 days until the 7th of May. Now, if you don't think that that's a lot, it's getting worse, because there are only 32 days until the 15th of April, and that's when the first postal votes start to drop. So, we do not have a lot of time to do everything that we want to do before people start voting. But the good news, and I want to take this opportunity to say a personal thank you to all of you here, because all of you will have been helping the campaign in one way or another so far, is that we have been working in more effective ways than we have in a long, long time. Certainly recent elections 2024, 2021, and even before then. And the reason I know that is because, together with other colleagues at headquarters, we're able to look at the statistics that are going into Activate that show us how much work is happening in terms of the conversations on the doors. We also know how impactful those conversations are, because many of you are using Snapshot. Snapshot, for those of you who don't know, is a very special targeting tool that helps us use our time very effectively in places to try and reach the people who are most likely to vote for us. That information goes into Activate to help us to understand the trends in different parts of the country. Are there any campaigns that could do with a hand in one way or another? And we also have on our mobile phones, for the first time, a fully accessible app that allows us to put that information straight from the doors into the system, that allows us in real time nationally to understand what's happening on the ground. And that's absolutely unprecedented for us. Data really matters. This is a digital-first election campaign in the sense that we're communicating as never before through platforms that often we haven't used before. There are swathes of the electorate that now get their information, frankly, more from social media platforms or the likes of YouTube than they do from linear television. And the good news for us is that we can reach them, and we are. So we are targeting and communicating with people nationally, but also locally. So I'm looking at a swathe of candidates here. Thank you, all of you who are releasing your inner influencers and are putting amazing content online that's relevant for the electorate in the seats that you're standing, and that's working as never before. The other bit that goes together with all of this is the money, because it costs to do this. And I don't know if you have been as impressed as I have been with the National Campaign fundraiser. I'm not going to tell you privately where I thought that we were going to be last night, but I didn't think that we were going to be at £100,000 within 24 hours of launching the national fundraiser. And then I didn't think that we were going to get to the stretch target as quickly as we have. And here we are. We've already passed the stretchy stretch target. So we went from 100 to 120 to 150,000. to even more. So before I hand over to Deirdre and to Keith Brown, if you can all do me a favour and get on your phones if you do have Wi-Fi connectivity, and make sure that you retweet the link to the National Campaign fundraiser, because if we keep the momentum going, we get the funding in place. This is what is going to be used to advertise digitally to make sure that our message gets across, because we have a path to winning a majority in the election, but we need to be really smart about how we target the electorate, and that's exactly what we plan to do. So I'm going to stop there. Manifesto really matters. We have to have the proposition that is going to motivate people to turn out, and the good news is we've had sessions in the party. The last national conference, we had a session. Many of you will have been at that. Thank you so much for all the great ideas. Our policy boffins have gone away and they've looked at many of those suggestions, and a significant proportion have made it into the consideration for the manifesto, which is yet to be released. So no sneak previews. But if I hand over to you, Deirdre, and to Keith to let us know how you've been getting on and what more people can be suggesting. Over to you.
Great. Thank you very much, Angus. And yes, I'm Policy Development Convener,
As such, I really want to start off by thanking the many members who took part and sent in some cracking suggestions for the manifesto, or met with me at branch meetings, or contacted our head of policies, Shannon Donnelly, and to the councillors, individuals, council leaders, charities, businesses and third sector organisations who met with myself and more particularly Shannon over the last few months. We are Shannon is quite close to finishing the draft manifesto. And can I just pay tribute to her for all her very hard work? She has met with almost countless individuals and organisations in order to be able to do this. It's a huge job. And I'm told, and I think Keith will elaborate on this, but he thinks that there's been more input from our members to this manifesto than has been the case for a very long time, which is exactly what our party leader was wanting of us. So I'm pleased that that's been delivered. So Keith and Shannon and I are going to meet shortly to go over sort of the final draft, and that will then go into John, to the party leader, for his final choices. But I am very confident that we will, these choices that have been selected will find favour with our electorate. And just finally, I want to thank all the members of the Policy Development Committee as well for their work over the committees over the last 18 months and the contributions they've made by being ever ready to discuss proposals for resolutions and manifesto ideas. And I know from feedback I've received that members have really appreciated that. Don't forget, we are there to help. And just lastly, this is going to sound a bit strange and a bit preemptive, given we are in the final laps of this election, but at the PDC's most recent meeting, we started discussing how we go about further enabling members' participation in the 2027 local government elections. They're just around the corner, really, relatively speaking. So we'll be getting in touch about that. But please, if you have any suggestions, please contact me on policy.development.convener@snp.org anytime, or Shannon in HQ. But thanks, it's been a terrific experience.
Can I start off by thanking Deirdre? I mean, having now been Deputy Leader for 7 years, which means I'm due for early release anytime soon, this has been by far the best of the campaigns in terms of involving the membership. I don't know whether people feel that. I hope they do. But certainly my experience in a number of campaigns now, many successful ones, I've never seen the membership so involved in this. And actually, a lot of the credit for that comes down to John Swinney. He was absolutely adamant that the membership should have their say. We had an event at conference recently which was open to the whole floor. We had an even better event, which was one of the fringe ones in Aberdeen, which I know it's often said, and it can come across as patronising, but the level of suggestions, the range of suggestions was absolutely phenomenal, and gave Shannon and Deirdre in particular, and let's be honest, it's 2 women, 1 man, all the work's been done by 2 women, it gave Shannon a huge amount of material to use for the basis for the draft manifesto. And just to clarify for anyone that's unsure, the Deputy Leader of the party has got a responsibility constitutionally to take forward the manifesto and put it together up to a certain point. And that has made so much easier for me by having a very active Policy Development Committee, which Deirdre has chaired excellently over the last couple of years, by having people that are willing to help the rest of the party put forward resolutions, amendments and proposals to conference. So having had that, and of course the absolute bread and butter stuff which many people won't see, which Shannon's been involved in, which is talking to all the stakeholders, and we have to do that. We have to know what the expectations are of people that have got a legitimate interest in who forms the next government. It's also in our interest that our manifesto reflects what people across society, and that includes third sector groups and many others, want to see from their government. So that's been done to an extremely high standard. So it now reaches the process where Deirdre and I will meet with Shannon in the next week to finalise what we think is the manifesto at that point. But the Constitution also says that the contents of the manifesto are for the party leader, and the party leader alone to decide. And that will be done, I'm sure he will do that in conjunction with advisors, both special advisors and political advisors. And just to bear in mind, if you've made a suggestion that perhaps Deirdre, Shannon and I think should go forward, but it doesn't appear in the final agenda. I'm not shifting the blame onto John. The point I'm making is there are a huge amount of pressures, whether it's budgetary pressures, whether it's legislative reasons why something can't be done, or whether it's just in the interest of a coherent and consistent manifesto. There are decisions which he will have to take. It doesn't mean that a proposal that you may have made that doesn't appear in that final manifesto is finished. Because obviously we can continue, there'll be a number of programmes of government when hopefully we are the next government that we can take forward. And of course there are always the processes through the Policy Development Committee and through the parties' channels to try and influence the government's thinking. So it's not the end of the process, but it does have to be a finite document. And honestly, the breadth of suggestions and things that we've got in as things stand is truly phenomenal. I'm just hoping that the motion that we got passed this morning on pension funds paying for housing gets through. And I think I'm confident we'll get through at least to the first stage. We'll see what happens when it gets to the party leader. But just to say, honestly, thank you so much for the interest that's been taken. It's so reassuring, especially that meeting that we had, the Fringe meeting, to find party members thinking so deeply and widely about the different issues that could make Scotland a better place. So thanks very much.
Thank you, Keith. I'll take that well-timed plug on housing to come in there. But firstly, just to say how lovely it is to be with you all today and just have a couple of minutes to speak to the government's priorities and our party's priorities. And I want to do that through the prism of housing, because it's what we've been discussing, some of what we've been discussing this morning. It's what I've been working on since I came back from maternity leave. And I think it exemplifies, our approach to housing exemplifies our priorities in government and John Swinney's focus on delivering for people's priorities. But it also just exemplifies who we are as a party. So we know that the right housing policy is a really important social intervention, which can make the difference between, for a child in Scotland, between a life of stability, opportunity and success, or the alternative. So it's such an important social intervention. But at the same time, we also know that it's a major economic stimulus for our country, that we need housing to support our economy and that we need housing to unlock as yet unrealised opportunities. So that's the approach, excuse me, that we've been taking to housing. And we have got so much to be proud of as a party. We abolished Thatcher's right to buy in 2016. We have set some of the world's most protective anti-homelessness laws, which are wrapped around people in this country, helping them to support them through homelessness. And through the period of, let's face it, it's not been economically a stable time, we've still managed to deliver 141,000 affordable homes for the people of Scotland, 101,000 of which have been the most affordable social rent. So there's so much to be proud of, but we have a huge amount still to do. And look, we've been working really hard on it. We've secured the largest single allocation for affordable homes in the coming one-year budget than we've ever had on record since they started in 1989. We have complemented that with 4 years of funding certainty, something we've never been able to do before, but it allows our house builders to know the direction of travel. We're in the process of launching More Homes Scotland, which is going to be an agency specifically focused on bringing simplicity and scale and speed for the delivery of the homes that Scotland needs. So housing is going to be a big theme in the Parliament to come if we are returned. And look, the final thing I wanted to mention was the policy that the First Minister announced yesterday. And it's a huge intervention about giving young people in this country hope, something they sorely need just now with the world around them. And this is the First Home Fund. So we've confirmed that if we're re-elected, we will provide a £10,000 support to every first-time buyer towards getting that hopeful prospect of their own home. Yeah. We know that with the cost of living, with the price of energy, the price of food, the price of everything that people are facing by the end of the month, if you're a renter, it's so difficult to have anything to put away for a deposit. So that's the government stepping in and supporting people. And look, I'll just finish off by saying that exemplifies who we are. We are the party of a strong, prosperous Scotland and a strong and prosperous economy. and we are the party of a fair society that looks after everybody and creates opportunity for everyone. We're the party of the Scottish National Investment Bank and Social Security Scotland, and we should be so proud of that, and I'll look forward to campaigning with you all on that message.
Thank you very much, and I hope, Conference, that gives you the sense of the breadth and depth that's gone into the campaign planning and preparation, the preparation and the planning to make sure that we win on May the 7th. And thank you to Deirdre for always planning ahead. I mean, we're still this side of the Scottish Parliament elections, but you can see she's thinking ahead to the council elections in 2027, which of course are also crucially important for delivering for the people of Scotland. And I think from Keith, what we've heard is that from Keith and the party leader John Swinney, that there's been extraneous efforts to involve the breadth and depth of the membership in shaping that manifesto. And Mary has spoke beautifully about the need for our government to continue to give hope, to give opportunity, and we do that by delivering for the people of Scotland on their priorities. So can you join with me before we thank Angus, Deirdre, Keith and Mary? I think the campaign convener wishes to say a few more words.
Just a quick update for those of you who don't have Wi-Fi. No, I'm not going to tell you the rugby score, and please, nobody jump up and down if Scotland scores, by the way, because some people are recording it at home. But just to say, you remember that we had a stretchy stretch target, so we went from 100 to 120 and then to 150. We are right now on £169,481. So, I don't know if you're thinking what I'm thinking, because that means we're very, very, very close to the stretch target of 175,000. I have a funny feeling if we keep this going, we might make 200. How about that? So let's push it. Push on through. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you. Huge thanks to Angus, Deirdre, Keith and Mary. You can go any way you wish. Topicals. Right, we have two topical and emergency resolutions before us today, colleagues, and I'm hopeful that they'll come up on the screen. And the first topical is on upholding international law, and that is going to be moved by Stephen Gethins. And here he is.
Thank you. Good afternoon, delegates. It's good to see you all. Delegates, it's especially good to be amongst friends and talking together in what is a very uncertain and insecure world in which we live at the moment. We know there's a dangerous situation in Iran, a continued war in Europe with Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine, the humanitarian catastrophes man-made in Gaza, and the worst humanitarian crisis on earth, again man-made, in Sudan. We've never been a party that has been inward-looking. We've always been a party that has been outward-looking. I remember with great pride when I joined, and as a member of the Young Scottish Nationalists, as they were at the time, talking about us being a party, the Scottish Internationalist Party, because that's what we are. We look outward, we take our responsibilities seriously. And as part of that, the international rules-based system has kept us safe. And as others turn their back on the international rules-based system, I'm asking you to reaffirm our commitment to international law. It keeps us safe and it keeps us secure. No more so than our neighbours just to the north in Greenland, who rely on that international law as they reassert their sovereignty and their right to choose, as I keep on hearing. Yet at the same time, we're in a UK that is more isolated and less secure than at any other time since the war. A Brexit that not only makes us poorer, squandering 90 billion a year in lost tax revenues, but also turns its back on the kind of international cooperation that we so badly need at the moment. And as Europe moves closer together, the UK stands apart. And I ask you this, is it that somehow Westminster's got it right and we and everybody else has got it wrong? Or could it be that Westminster has got this one badly wrong and not only leaving us poorer, but less secure in an uncertain world? So, delegates, we never turn our back on our international responsibilities. We know the responsibilities come with an adherence to international law, and I would ask you to endorse this topical resolution this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Stephen, as many of you will know, is the SNP Foreign Affairs spokesperson and is also a candidate in the Scottish Parliament elections, and I'm sure you'll all wish him very well indeed. So to second the resolution, I'm absolutely delighted to welcome Councillor Pauline Stafford to the stage. And Pauline is my neighbouring, I hope, soon to be neighbouring West Lothian MSP colleague.
Thank you, Angela. Good afternoon, Conference. Conference, at a time of escalating global conflict, and the international rules-based system feels incredibly fragile right now. Russia's invasion of Ukraine, Greenland's future discussed in the terms of a property transaction, a school bombed in Iran, Iran's attacks on its own neighbours, the catastrophe in Sudan, and a genocide in Gaza. All of these horrific examples reflect a world which can feel like international rules-based system is in decline, if relevant at all. The international law has a small print where the terms and conditions don't apply in all circumstances. As we are witnessing, this leads to untold human suffering, with indiscriminate killing and mass displacement of innocent people, a huge proportion of whom are children. Conference, it is because of these wars, those atrocities, the upholding and fighting for fairness and an international rules-based system is more important than ever. And Scotland, like our friends in Europe, in small countries like Norway, Finland, Denmark, has a role to play and must be able to speak with its own voice. Countries across Europe look to NATO and the EU as their twin pillars of national security, and Scotland should be no different. But that role that Scotland should have in the world has been undermined by a UK state now in terminal decline, deluded by a past of empire and colonialism. Brexit tore us out of Europe, denied our children a future as European citizens, and made the UK fundamentally weaker and more isolated. Scotland's future lies in engaging more closely with our European allies. But instead, by being tied to a broken Brexit Britain, we find ourselves isolated. A Britain that has slashed overseas aid spending, that finds itself outside the EU Defence Fund, that builds an aircraft carrier without any aircraft. That is our present, but it does not have to be Scotland's future. Now is not the time to retreat further from the world. It is through our independence that we can rejoin it. And Conference, just let me finish by saying this. In a world that feels ever more uncertain, it falls on us to build and secure the foundations of our own future. For me, for this party, and for our country, that future must be as an independent nation back in the European Union, leading by example in our respect for international law and taking our place in the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pauline. And as much as I'm very grieved to be, losing my good friend and colleague, Fiona Hislop, I am deeply impressed and encouraged that Pauline will make an excellent MSP. Could I invite Councillor Graham Campbell to the stage, please, to speak for the resolution? Yeah, just be careful.
Oh, thank you. I was not ready for that, but thank you, Chair and Conference. I thought it was important to introduce Ukraine into this discussion, and we indeed tried through the Ukraine Solidarity Caucus. If you've seen our stall, you'll see what the physical results of that world order breaking down look like. If you haven't been, have a look at our stall, because there are FPGP drones. There are also remnants of a Russian Shahid drone shot down in Ukraine, which our friend Stevie from Sunflower Ukraine has brought to us. Sunflower Ukraine does a lot of work. We want to use the solidarity and support that there is for Ukraine to actually raise some real aid and real funds. So I want to just first of all make that point that we, Scotland and the SNP, still stands with Ukraine. And although I support this motion, and obviously we want adherence to an international or rules-based order, we can't genuinely say, given the history of the party in opposition to wars and nuclear threats, that we've had a rules-based international order. It's rules-based when the major powers agree it. And that's the problem. We've got that veto power at the United Nations Security Council, including the British one, has prevented justice to the Palestinians for 75 years, has permitted genocide to go on for all of these years, and not least the last 4 years. You know, we have a rules-based order that is totally broken down, in which it's clear that the major powers, particularly the United States, Russia and China, are never going to properly commit to a democratic order where the global South's voices are represented. So where does our country fit within that order? And obviously, European countries particularly have had to reassess where they're going with this, what kind of defence arrangements and alliances we should have. If we're in NATO, what kind of alliance is NATO now? Because I was critical of NATO because of being a US nuclear umbrella dependent defence alliance. Actually, what this war in Ukraine and Russia has shown, that actually having the nukes was actually useless. Ukraine is actually defeated pretty much on the battlefield, a nuclear power, armed with these drones. Anyone who was watching the NATO military exercises recently in Eastern Europe will see that drone warfare eliminated 2 or 3 NATO battalions in an exercise like that. The conventional protections that we've got are actually not up to scratch to defend us, never mind properly protect us. So we need to be thinking about where Scotland is, how it works with its Nordic allies in our region of Europe. We've clearly not got proper defence. I mean, these islands are patrolled by 3 ships for the entire UK coast. I mean, it's ridiculous. Scotland's a coastal country, yet it's got no ships to defend itself. So just on the practical basis, we do not have a proper defence, and we do not have a proper international order. Now, I'm going to mention in my last 15 seconds the I word, imperialism. The attack on Iran is an imperialist attack. The attack on Ukraine is an imperialist attack. The attack by China on the Tibetans and the Uyghurs is an imperialist attack. And if they attack Taiwan, that's an imperialist attack. So I think our job in that world order is to be an international, consistent voice against imperialism, whichever side it comes from. And that's where we should stand, because that's the moral centre of a good stance on an international, rules-based order. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Graham. Colleagues, can I put it to you that we pass this topical resolution by acclaim? And we move on to our second topical resolution on the cost of living. And the resolution will be moved by Shirley-Ann Somerville, MSP for Dunfermline and Cabinet Secretary for Social Justice. Welcome, Shirley-Ann, to the stage, please.
Thank you very much, Angela, and good afternoon, Conference.
Conference, we've watched over the last few weeks with absolute horror as the US and Israel have unleashed such a reckless war threatening regional and global security. Now, we know that wars like this targeting regime change, they don't deliver stability, they never have. Indeed, they leave a trail of destruction, insecurity, and they actually push democracy further away. And in Scotland, we are already seeing some of the consequences of that reckless conflict. Fuel and energy costs have soared, with food prices expected to rise. Just when people have been struggling for so long with Westminster austerity, that global crisis is hitting folks hard once again. Now, we know, for example, that about 142,000 households in Scotland are off the gas network. They are particularly struggling, with many people reporting that prices have more than doubled since the conflict has begun. Now, those houses need urgent support. They've had support in the past, but where is the Chancellor when all this is going on? Where is that quick decision that needs to be made to support these people because they need it now? Well, she's had a few meetings, and at some point she'll eventually maybe tell us what she's going to do about it. But people are struggling now and they need decisive action, and once again Westminster has failed to deliver that action when people need it most. And let's be really clear. In 2024, Labour promised to cut our energy bills. Do you remember those leaflets that we all saw going through, the ads on Facebook? Well, what happened? Well, we all know the reality of a promise from Labour when they get into power. They also promised to create hundreds of jobs with their new energy facilities. How's that going up in the North East? How many jobs have been created from that? Because instead, the reality of Labour in government is energy bills are soaring and their energy profits levy is sucking the life out of our precious industries, not just in the North East, particularly in the North East, but not just in the North East. That's what you get when Labour get into government. And that cost of living crisis really does encapsulate how systems are really broken and why we need independence. Because when Westminster has failed, the SNP government is working hard, using the powers that we have to help people to bring costs down. Just last month, my colleague Shona Robertson launched the budget with the people's priorities at heart, delivering the strongest cost of living support package anywhere in the UK. Free prescriptions, free eye examinations, peak rail fares abolished, free school meals, free bus travel for young people and old people too. And as this energy crisis worsens, we can't wait around for Labour to act. That's exactly why the SNP government is continuing to invest, for example, in their Warmer Home Scotland scheme, saving on average £450 a year for households. Because delegates, we know, we've seen it. When Labour come to power and they promise change, well, we get change, but not exactly the change that they promised. What did they deliver? What was one of the first things they did? They took money off the pensioners. They followed that up with taking money from disabled people. Now, we've had a few chaotic U-turns that have backtracked on some of those policies, not all, but some of them, and they've eventually been shamed into scrapping the cruel two-child cap. But be under no doubt, because our people in all our communities across Scotland are still feeling the Tories' austerity agenda. It's just getting delivered by Labour now. And one of the ways that's really abundantly clear is we'll spend £159 million next year mitigating against UK Labour austerity. That's one of the prices of the union. Because Anas Sarwar and the Keir Starmer, they might talk about lifting children out of poverty, but it's actions that matter. You can't lift children out of poverty when you're imposing policies like the benefit cap, the bedroom tax, the freezing the local housing allowance. These are actively pushing people and children into poverty, and those are decisions that the Labour Party have chosen to make. They have chosen to push people into poverty. Conference, we know that independence can't come fast enough. We need the full suite of levers that we will have with independence to invest in our economy and our people. And as your Cabinet Secretary for Social Justice, I'm continuing to build the strong foundations so we can realise our full potential once we have that opportunity. Only last week, I was proud to deliver the SNP government's Tackling Child Poverty Delivery Plan. One of the areas within that was investing £111 million to reduce the cost of living for families, helping to increase incomes through work and social security. And the actions of the SNP government will keep 100,000 children out of poverty next year. That's your SNP government delivering for the people of Scotland every day we're in office. And what you see in that plan is more childcare, more employment and training opportunities for parents, more person-centred support for families. And as we build on the success of the Scottish Child Payment, we see the additional premium coming in for children under 1. That's the difference an SNP government will make. Now, if Keir Starmer was to match our bold action, he'd actually be able to lift over 1 million children out of poverty. But he won't, and we know that he won't. So, colleagues, we have a choice coming up, and we know what that choice is. We can have the values of an SNP government that get on and deliver, or we can have more austerity with Westminster. And that's why we need an SNP government to continue in government and then get us on to independence. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you. Just go up. Thank you, Shirley Ann. And the candidate for Hamilton, Larkhall and Stonehouse, Alex Kerr, is going to second the resolution.
Thank you, Angela. It's been a long time since the first independence referendum in 2014. You'll notice I said the first referendum. Now just think, by 2030, more than 1 million young Scots will be able to vote that were too young to vote in the referendum. A whole new generation of voters who need to have their say on our future. The Labour and Tory party told the people of our country that only by staying in the UK could we protect our standards of living. And since then, what has that generation seen from the UK? 11 years on, and they've had a decade of austerity imposed from UK governments that have seen our public services and living standards and life expectancies fall. They saw Scotland being dragged out of Europe against their will, increasing the cost of their food and energy bills, costing them the chance to live, study and work across the continent. They've seen out-of-touch UK Prime Ministers come and go, whether Boris Johnson, Liz Truss or Keir Starmer, each one of them leaving more chaos, corruption and pain in their wake. In broken Brexit Britain, this generation has had to work harder than ever before. And in spite of this, and through no fault of their own, far too many are finding their dreams of getting a job, founding a business, owning a home, and even starting a family drifting increasingly out of sight. I ask you this, conference, is a union worth preserving when it can no longer offer its young hope of a better future? In the SNP, we know Scotland can be so much better. We all strive to deliver that hope and change with all the powers at our disposal. It's why we believe the people of Scotland should have the powers over our own destiny. Because when we do see that, life gets better for those living and working here. Only in Scotland are new parents given a baby box. Only in Scotland are small business owners lifted out of rates thanks to the small business bonus. And only in Scotland can you get free prescriptions. And thanks to this, Scotland has the highest economic growth across the UK. We're the only country in the UK where child poverty is falling. And we have the highest foreign direct investment outside London. But it is not enough. We're being held back. And for the sake of future generations, we need to get out there. We need to shut every door, speak to every voter we can across the country, and convince them to back our hopeful vision. That majority we need is within reach, friends. Let's make sure we do all we can to seize that new future, where we belong. A fresh start, back in the European Union as an independent nation. Thank you, conference.
Thank you, Alex. And can I invite Marie Todd, MSP, for Caithness, Sutherland and Ross, and our Drug and Alcohol Minister. Do you still do sport?
Yay!
Yes, right. Well, you'll be quick then.
Conference, almost all of my constituency of Caithness, Sutherland and Ross is off gas grid. That means that we rely on heating oil to heat our homes. In normal times, it costs us 4 times more to heat our homes than it costs you down here in the Central Belt. Since the conflict in the Middle East began, just a few weeks ago, the price of heating oil has more than doubled. The heating oil market is controlled by Westminster, but the prices are not capped and Ofgem pays no attention. In the Highlands, we have an ageing population and we have longer and colder and harsher winters. So in a part of the country that's older and colder, we are particularly exposed to these global shocks. One of the biggest challenges for people at home is the cost of a minimum fill. If your tank is empty, you need to find several £100 up front or go cold. We need help here and now. Conference, please support this resolution and please know that rural Scotland is facing immediate hardship and please ask Westminster to act.
Hear, hear.
Thank you, Marie, for your brevity. And Conference, can I put it to you that we pass this resolution by acclaim, please? I think we're getting quite funky on the old social media, do you not think? Colleagues, we're now going to hear from some of your team that will be putting themselves forward to be MSPs in the next Scottish Parliament. We will hear from some first-time candidates and we'll hear from some candidates who, it's safe to say, it's not their first rodeo. So can I start by asking Zengani to come to the stage? Zen is the candidate for Glasgow, Cathcart and Pollock. Give him a warm welcome.
Conference, it is a pleasure to stand before you as your candidate for Glasgow, Cathcart and Pollock. And what a day it has been. Friends from across our movement gathered here today with an SNP majority within touching distance. A fresh start with independence within our grasp. Because, friends, that's what's in the ballot on May. Our hopeful vision of what Scotland can be. A wealthy, fairer Scotland, built anew, built by the people of Scotland. And this hall today is buzzing with excitement, and rightly so. Because when you believe in Scotland's future, there's every reason to feel hopeful. Contrast that with the Labour Party conference in Paisley last month. A few dozen Labour activists and politicians gathered in a half-empty hall, waiting to hear from Anna Sarwar and the least inspiring message in Scottish political history. Hold your nose and vote for Labour. My word. Because, Conference, Scotland should never have to hold its nose to vote for its future. We should vote with hope. And, Conference, I'd much rather breathe the free air of an independent Scotland. Friends, that is the choice facing the Scottish people in May. Westminster parties out of ideas, out of vision, out of hope. A Scottish Labour Party tied to broken Brexit Britain in terminal decline. Conference, our country, our people deserve so much better than that. So while Anas Sarwar spends his time squabbling with his own party and asking people to hold their nose, let us offer the people of Scotland something more. Something more than the broken Westminster system that has failed us time and time again. Industry after industry, generation after generation. In May, we offered John Swinney's trusted leadership, a government on Scotland's side, and the chance to breathe the fresh air of an independent nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Zen. And can I once again invite to the stage Marie Todd, the candidate for Caithness, Sutherland and Ross.
Conference, I can't tell you how proud and delighted I am to be here today, although I have to confess I do have one eye on rugby. To hear our leader, Scotland's First Minister, John Swinney, address this conference in our beautiful capital city of Edinburgh. We're just a few weeks away from an election that the Westminster establishment has just not grasped the consequences of, and that is a catastrophically ignorant lack of judgment, even for them. Conference, we can do this. There is no room for complacency, but poll after poll shows that Scotland is on the cusp of electing a majority SNP government. And we know that when Scotland elects an SNP majority, Westminster is forced to listen. Conference, we stand today on the final step to freedom, under the strong leadership of a man that has shown time and time again his ability to deliver for our nation, the ability to deliver progress in our NHS, the ability to deliver support in a cost of living crisis, and the ability to deliver for every corner of our country. Scotland, Conference, that man is John Swinney. Now, there's no doubt that our rural communities have been absolutely hammered by Westminster. Our fishing industry was lied to by Boris Johnson, and the Labour government sold them out all over again. Our farmers were punished by Brexit and betrayed by the Labour Party's family farm tax. Thanks to Westminster, we have an immigration system that means that millions of pounds of fruit are left to rot in the fields of Angus. Deals were made by Westminster, and Scotland's assets were the first to go. They lied. And in the face of that broken system, our First Minister, John Swinney, has always been on the side of rural communities and on the side of the Highlands and Islands. Conference, with the fresh start of independence, we will never be subjected to attacks from Westminster again. We will build a fairer, wealthier country, a new Scotland, and I cannot wait to take that message to the people of Caithness, Sutherland and Ross. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marie. Can I now invite Jack Middleton to the stage, please? Jack is the candidate for Aberdeen Central. It may be that my eyesight is failing me, but I don't see him. Right. All right, okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. I'm afraid Jack has a family issue this afternoon. So without much further ado, can I invite to the stage again Stephen Gethens, the candidate for Dundee City East, please, Stephen. Honestly.
Friends, it's so nice to be here and so nice to be standing in an election for a parliament that actually delivers for the people of Scotland. And standing in an election where the people of Scotland always get the governments that they vote for, a pivotal part of any democracy. And I have to say that, first of all, what a privilege it is to be standing in Dundee City East. And I want to pay tribute to Shona Robertson, who has been an outstanding MSP, a good friend. And a massive loss to our city and to our city and Parliament, but will not stop campaigning for independence. I'm confident of that. I'm also pleased that the First Minister has put independence front and centre of this campaign. So from my bearing at Westminster, can I tell you, the UK's isolationism has real-term consequences. Shirley-Ann Somerville was just up talking about the cost of living crisis. Food and drink going up, energy prices going up. A Brexit isolationism that has real-term costs to the people that we seek to serve, who deserve so much better, that makes us less secure in terms of that motion that we just passed a short time ago. And things, when you look to Westminster, can seem bleak, and believe you me, it's a lot bleaker when you're down there day and daily. But at a time when Labour, the Conservatives and Reform have adopted a consensus against every part that we should be pushing back against on Brexit, we must return a sense of hope. And that sense of hope is what 3/4 of the population of Scotland want. And that is a return to the normalcy of the European Union that will bring down the cost of living and make us more secure. And that is... And that's a normalcy to work with our partners once again, to tackle the climate emergency, to make us more secure in terms of Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine, and bring down the cost of living where we know that energy and food and drink has gone up as a direct consequence of leaving the European Union. There's only one way to rejoin, though, given that damaging consensus, and that's with the normal powers of independence. So, friends, I appeal to you, over the next 8 weeks, we know the prize, we know it's close. Let's keep going, let's keep campaigning, and I look forward to working with you all as we look to achieve that. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stephen. And can I ask Karen Adam, MSP, to the stage? And Karen is the candidate for Banffshire and Buchan Coast. Big cheer for Karen, please.
Fit-like conference. I'm delighted to be able to address you today. The candidate for Banffshire and Buchan Coast. I'm a North East Quine, and I am absolutely proud to represent the SNP, the party of independence. Conference. Over the last 5 years, my experience as an MSP has shown me that in the North East, we are grafters. We work hard in the energy industry. Thousands of people working day and night to keep the lights on all across the whole of the UK. And do you know how much money that we've put into the Treasury over the years, over the last few decades since the 1970s? I've got it here, £400 billion. Right now, though, taking that for granted, Labour are throwing thousands of energy jobs on the scrap heap, hiking the price of fuel, spiralling costs of our food, and now what's happening to our energy bills. Did you know that there are many people working in our energy industry who can't even afford to heat their own homes? Conference, that is an utter disgrace. And now, what do we see? Nigel Farage arriving with his band of millionaire elites and bunch of Tory rejects. And what do they offer us? Nothing but division in our communities. Labour and Tories and now Reform are going to be hollowing out our industries. Reform are like a bunch of sharks. They're circling to siphon off our natural resources. And where is that money going to go? In their back pockets. And they're going to burn what's left of our North Sea industry. Conference, the SNP, us, the SNP, cannot let them get away with that. So it falls upon us. We have 7 weeks of graft to ensure that John Swinney, our party leader, is returned as the First Minister of Scotland, that we can go on to have our energy independence, but then, Conference, we will go on to have our nation's independence. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Karen. And can I invite Shirley-Ann Somerville, MSP candidate for Dunfermline, back on to the stage, please. Give Shirley-Ann a round of applause.
Hello again, Conference. There is nothing like a conference right before an election, I don't think, where you can meet old friends, you can swap canvass returns, and by the way, everybody I've spoken to so far, it's looking good out there. So there's a lot of good cheer and good heart in the room. But it gives us the opportunity to come together and just make sure we're in the right frame of mind for what's coming up, because there is a lot of work still to do. All the doors that we've chapped so far, all the doors that we'll chap in the next few weeks, the message of delivery and hope that we are carrying, it's all for what is in our grasp in May. Because we know, and our canvass returns are showing, that majority government and that fresh start with independence is in our grasp. It's there to be won. And we also know that independence is just about so much more than that one day when we get that independence. It's about the country that we build, the values that we have. It's about building that fairer Scotland anew, realising the ambition we all have for every child in Scotland, that Scotland truly can be the best place to live and to grow up. Now, the First Minister's made it very clear that eradicating child poverty is the defining mission of this government. And our policies are already delivering. They'll keep 100,000 children out of relative poverty next year. But Conference, we know we're making progress, and we know that work's being undermined by Westminster. For every child that we lift out of poverty, for every family we support, Westminster austerity is pushing them back into poverty. Our children deserve so much better than that. So with John Swinney as our First Minister, with our majority SNP government, we will deliver support for the people of Scotland during this cost of living crisis and beyond. And importantly, we begin taking that step with that fresh start and that hope for independence.
Thank you very much, Shirley-Ann. And Conference, you have heard from not all of our candidates, but from a selection of our very talented, determined and hard-working candidates. And I would now like to introduce our talented, determined and hard-working Deputy Leader, Keith Brown, MSP.
That's very nice of you, Angela. Can I say, like everyone else, I think especially Marie Todd, I do feel really proud, and it is great to be here in Edinburgh on what was, when we came in, a sunny day. in our nation's capital, and speaking to friends in the party, many of whom I've known for many years. And the fact that we're doing it on the verge of 3 potentially historic achievements. The first of those, of course, would be to be the first ever party to have 5 successive terms of government in Scotland. Nobody else has come close to that. The second would be the even more historic achievement of winning 2 outright majorities in the Scottish Parliament. And the reason why that's very important is to achieve that third, that crucial objective of achieving independence for our country. And I think for those that might argue about the potential for that, we had people that, of course, have doubted that in the media and so on, but we are currently the highest polling party, not just in Scotland, but in the UK by some margin, which is absolutely astonishing for a party that's been in government now for 19 years. We are 15 to 20 points ahead. But as, again, Marie Todd said, there is absolutely no room for complacency. For those that can remember back in 2011, around about this time in the campaign, we were double digits behind the Labour Party, and we won that election out the park. One interesting point, though, was there was some survey work done by the party at that time, which showed that when people were asked, even when they had Labour in the lead in terms of the polls, when they were asked would they prefer an SNP government, which had delivered so well between 2007 and 2011, or a Labour government, they chose massively in favour of an SNP government. So that foretold that election. Now, I'm just guessing, and I'm pretty sure we're asking the question again. If people were asked at this point in this campaign if they would prefer an SNP government or a Labour government or a Reform government or a Labour Reform government, they would go for an SNP government, and that should give us real encouragement for the campaign coming up. And I think you have to ask yourself, when people do ask themselves that question, do I want to vote for the SNP with its track record and its achievements? Or do I want to vote for lookalike Tories in the Labour Party or recycled Tories in the Reform Party? They will choose the SNP and its leader, John Swinney, every time. And can I say that one thing that John Swinney and I share is the fact we were both born in Edinburgh. And I mention that because I should also say that between us, we now have 89 years in the Scottish National Party, which is nearly half as long as the time that Stuart Stevenson has been a member of this party. But there is a difference between myself and John, and I hate to bring in football, but he is a Hearts fan and I am a Hibs fan. And he was asked recently by a journalist, quietly, how things were in the party. Was the party united? He said, well, the party is united, but I've got a problem. I was talking to the MSP group at their night out a couple of months ago, and when I started speaking and talking about Hearts being top of the league, I was heckled from the back of the room by my own deputy leader. Now, I mentioned that to mention one other thing, which my team, Hibs, had a very famous forward line called the Famous Five. Now, I'll leave it there. I'll tell you why I'm introducing that later, although it also gives me the chance to say I asked for permission to go to the World Cup. That makes me a prefect and Stephen a very bad boy. But the reason I want to mention that is, first of all, to say, if I can, and if you can indulge me, to mention once again, and for the last time, the ball that we intend to hold on the 4th of April in memory of Christina McKelvey. So I'd like to take a wee moment just to thank the many, many people in this room who will join myself and family and friends of Christina at the celebration ball taking place in her honour next month. And for anyone who wants to come along and has not yet got a ticket, we've sold over 300, I think, and 50 tickets. There are a few left. There will be a QR code appearing on the screen shortly, and I'd love to see as many of you there as possible. It's almost a year to the day since we lost Christina, and not a day goes past when I don't think about her, as many of us do, and wish she was still here. And right now in particular, just imagine how much joy she would be bringing to the campaign we are all working so hard on. I know how hard each and every person is working right now, not least my own team in Clackmannanshire and Dunblane. But that's one reason why the ball on the 4th of April will be a fantastic opportunity for us all to pause for a night, to remember Christina. It'll be an upbeat night. We'll have the kind of night she would have absolutely loved, and it's not black tie. If you can wear pink, but at least if you sparkle and glitter, that will do fine. We have Susie McCabe, the comedian, Elaine C. Smith and Tom Ury, all making sure that it will be a cracking night, and we'll have the former First Minister and a number of other guests as well. It's going to be an absolutely incredible evening, so thank you for allowing me the chance to mention it. But I will also go back to the idea of the famous five, and it's not a further football analogy. On the night, I should say, we will have a special auction. Now, mention's been made already of Jean Freeman, who is an absolutely devastating loss to the independence movement. But Jean, I remember going to the Beatson with Christina for one of these endless consultant meetings during her cancer treatment, and sitting there feeling fairly sombre, but who burrows round the corner with a tea trolley and biscuits but Jean Freeman, the recently retired Health Secretary. And that tells you all you need to know about Jean Freeman. So Jean Freeman is one, talking about the famous five. I think the second one is, for the ball, the auction will include a necklace which used to belong to Margaret MacDonald. She liked her bling, as the various people I'm going to mention shortly liked her bling. But that was given to Jean Freeman, and Jean's partner, Susan Stewart, has donated it to the ball for an auction prize, which will help to raise money both for breast cancer now and for the Maggie's Centre. So you've got something with real provenance, from Margaret MacDonald to Jean Freeman, and on to whoever is the lucky bidder for that as well. In addition, we will have, we've heard today, I should say, from Christine Graham. I mentioned Christine because although she mentioned it herself, it shouldn't be down to her to mention the fact that she has served the people of Scotland in its Parliament for 27 years. And during that time, she has won almost every year the title of the blingiest person in the Parliament. She used to have competitions with Christina for who had the biggest, most spectacular brooch. So I think Christine Graham should make it into that famous five as well. The fourth person, who I think we should also mention, who will not be standing again, who's not speaking at this conference, is Nicola Sturgeon. Now, we've all known Nicola for so many years and all that she's achieved in the party, but even if you know nothing else about her, to think back to those days of COVID when she had to face, either alone or with Jean Freeman, the questions, if I can call them that, from the media every single day in a really, really challenging environment, and all the other things that she's had to endure. So we owe a fantastic debt, and we owe, at least in large part, the position that we are now in, as I've mentioned, in terms of the polls, in terms of this campaign, to the fantastic work of Nicola Sturgeon over many years. So thank you, Nicola. And the last person in that famous five is Christina herself. I think if you were to look, the Hibs famous five was famous for being the most fearsome forward line in football. But if you think about those five women, Nicola Sturgeon, Jean Freeman, Margaret MacDonald, Christina McKelvey and Christine Graham, imagine having to face those five. If you're on the wrong side of the argument. We have been, and I know I'm being invidious, there are many other women that we could have in that, but those five people, I think, deserve our thanks for all they've done for the independence movement. And so to the election campaign, it's now only a few weeks ago when we saw Annis Sarwar desperately scrambling to hide the disappointing, shambolic and downright spineless Labour government in London. We all saw him trying to distance himself. He knew it wasn't possible. He describes Keir Starmer as his best friend beforehand and was the best thing that could happen to the UK. I don't remember him saying any of this stuff when he went into the 2024 election. But you saw him trying to distance himself. And even just as on a personal human basis, if he's your best friend, why are you stabbing him in the back on TV? I mean, I thought that was just appalling. But he is also telling the people of Scotland that his number one priority is Scotland. And many times there he say, my country, Scotland. We know your country, Scotland. Why do you have to say that? We wouldn't have to say that. I'll tell you, Conference, if he wants, though, to pick a fight on who stands up for Scotland, and that is a battle that we will win every single day of the week. So bring it on.
And if anyone thinks that Westminster at least thinks that we'll quietly accept the broken promises and their failing politics, then they've got another thing coming, because conference, only the SNP will stand up for Scotland, because only the SNP and its government stands up for Scotland. And let's be clear, at a time when far-right politics is rising and other political parties are jumping in with far-right policies right into the mainstream of UK politics, Scotland needs a party that will stand firm on the values that we hold. And I would much rather go with the description of Scotland that William McIlvanney developed as a mongrel nation than I would of Keir Starmer's land of strangers. Scotland is a welcoming country, and we should never forget that. We are a country that believes in compassion, fairness, internationalism and respect for one another. And the SNP is the only major political party prepared to stand up to the politics of division and fear, and the only party that truly represents the kind of Scotland we know that our country can be. Now, we will very shortly hear from the person that proposed, if you remember back at conference previously, the 65 majority strategy. Now, I remember as a co-signatory to that, we had real scepticism amongst people in the party as well as to whether that was possible. And I mention that because, and we still have to achieve that, he did that at a time when that was far from guaranteed. And that's what real leadership is about. If you want to achieve independence, you're going to have to show ambition. And we are very lucky to have a leader that showed leadership and that ambition. And conference, given that, it's my privilege to introduce the leader of the SNP, Scotland's current and future First Minister, my very good friend, John Swinney, MSP, First Minister of Scotland.
Friends, thank you. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you. Friends, thank you for such a lovely welcome. It's hard to believe 18 months have passed since we last gathered in this very hall. And since then, we've made a lot of progress as a party. But as you heard from Stephen Flynn this morning, I'm only just getting started. We're on the eve of a crucial election. I've been out campaigning with you all over Scotland, and here's what I know and what I've seen. We are ready. Ready. We're ready to fight the election, ready to fight for Scotland, and ready to win our country's independence. The progress we've made is because we've put Scotland and the people's priorities first. That starts with our National Health Service, and my plan is working. We've halved NHS waiting times for new outpatients. GP numbers are up. The number of operations is rising, and with thousands more hip and knee operations. Long waits are down for 8 months in a row, and from Stranraer to Shetland, just like I promised you, we are opening new walk-in GP clinics. Conference, that is the SNP delivering for our most precious public service. That's the SNP delivering for the National Health Service in Scotland. And it means acting on the cost of living, which is hurting people every day. It feels like prices just keep going up. That's why we're taking the action wherever we can. That's why we've ended peak fares on our railways and frozen ticket prices. That's why bus travel is free
for the youngest and oldest passengers, no tuition fees, free prescriptions, free childcare worth more than £6,000 per year. The People's Priorities Conference, always the priorities of the Scottish National Party. That's why we've got the lowest child poverty rates in the UK. Unemployment is far below the UK level and economic growth is higher. Near record levels of young people going into work, training or education, transformational land reform and business investment at a 20-year high. Conference, this is what SNP government delivers. More help with the cost of living than anywhere else in the UK, a stronger NHS, a better Scotland. That is what you get when you vote SNP in every election. We've always been an outward-looking country. It's part of who we are. That's what the Westminster parties misunderstand when they say Scotland has no right to speak out on international events. That defending human rights and international law is somehow someone else's business. That Scotland should stay silent. Conference, let me be clear. That is not who we are. We will not stay silent while the world burns. We will raise our voices. We will call out for peace. Peace in Iran, in Gaza, in Ukraine. We will speak out against injustice and speak up for those who cannot. And with the SNP, Scotland's voice will never, ever be silenced. In an increasingly unstable world, we have to make sure our country is safe. But that is not achieved by wasting hundreds of billions of pounds on weapons of mass destruction, all whilst the UK's conventional forces are left exposed, while Westminster politicians prioritise the status symbol of Trident over our security. But the SNP is unequivocal. Scotland is unequivocal. We will never compromise on this. Weapons of mass destruction have no place in the world, and Trident nuclear weapons have no place in Scotland. Right now, once again, the world is watching as war rages in the Middle East. We all know the Iranian regime is brutal and illegitimate. It has brought untold suffering on its own citizens and on people across the region. But that does not justify what we are seeing on our television screens every night. Tehran in flames, whole streets on fire, schools bombed, thousands killed. The Iranian regime have terrorised their own population. Now those self-same civilians are dying at the hands of American and Israeli bombs. So let me be clear. The unjustifiable actions of the United States and Israel have no basis under international law. They must stop. For the sake of innocent children in Iran, for the sake of peace, our call is for diplomacy, for de-escalation, and for an end to this war. Conference, we will always speak up for the protection of innocent civilians and international law. But if we were an independent country, we could do so much more. We will demonstrate, not just with words, but with actions, how Scotland can be a voice for peace. We will use the powers of independence to enshrine into our constitution a legally binding ban on nuclear weapons on our soil and in our seas. And Conference, we will go further. With independence, we will ban any foreign military power engaged in illegal conflicts from our shores. Two statements. Two statements will be written directly into the very foundational document of our new nation. Not in our name, not in our country. The international upheaval we're seeing threatens to destabilise economies around the world, including our own. If things were not tough enough already, this reckless war will make the cost of living crisis even worse. Fuel prices, food prices, electricity, people's lives, livelihoods and plans for the future have been thrown into chaos. All across Scotland, the message is the same. Many people struggling to put food on the table or scared to put the heating on. Parents worried their kids will never be able to afford the life they enjoyed. And people who've worked their whole lives finding that their pension just isn't enough. No wonder they feel angry. No wonder they feel trapped. Quite simply, Westminster is broken. It doesn't generate enough economic growth. It doesn't generate enough money for our public services. And it looks the other way as the super rich get even richer. Westminster hasn't worked for Scotland. Westminster doesn't work for Scotland. Westminster will never, ever work for Scotland. The Westminster parties want you to believe that this is as good as it gets. Well, the SNP will never accept that, because we know a much brighter future for Scotland is ours to build. To glimpse that future, we only have to lift our heads and look to our independent neighbours. All around us right now, there are countries just like Scotland showing us the way. Stronger economic growth, higher living standards, less inequality, higher pensions, less poverty, more money for public services. Friends, that is the standard to which Scotland should aspire. We more than have what it takes to match those nations. Our people are every bit as talented, and we've got natural resources that most could only dream of. But we will never get there as part of a Britain broken by Brexit. We know there is a better way forward. The fresh start that Scotland needs is within our grasp, because at this election, we're not just in it to win government, we're in it to win independence for Scotland. Because, delegates, our goal is nothing less than transforming Scotland into the country we know in our hearts that Scotland can be. And it starts with our very youngest. The SNP in government has transformed childcare. When we first took office, the position we inherited from Labour was pitiful. Step by step, we increased support for families. Every step forward changed lives. But we're not going to stop there. Because I've heard the calls from parents across the country who need more support, who are struggling to juggle work and childcare. They make the point that the working day doesn't stop at 3 p.m. And they're right, we have to go further. It's time to take a giant leap forward and finish the job on childcare that we started. That's why I can announce today that a re-elected SNP government will extend childcare for every child in our country from 9 months old to the end of primary school, and available and available 52 weeks a year. More transformational change delivered by the SNP, your SNP government working for Scotland, the SNP working for the people we always serve. Delegates, this will be backed by over £500 million of new investment. We'll deliver a brand new childcare system that fits around families, rather than expecting families to fit around the system. And because parents' work doesn't stop during the summer holidays, neither will the provision of childcare. Our new approach will mean families benefit from between £1,400 up to over £11,000, dependent on need. Every single family in Scotland will get help. Delegates, no one gets left behind by the SNP. When I returned to government, I could see that Scotland was at a fork in the road. I've worked to bring our country together, to invest in our children, in our future, to offer hope. But we know that others are urging another path. Politicians who want to peddle fear of other people, who seek to divide rather than unite, who tell you what they are all against, but not what they are for. But our party, Scotland's party, is different. I'm proud to lead a party which is guided at all times by our values. So no matter where you come from, no matter your identity, your sexuality, your faith, the message from this party is that what we want every person in Scotland is to thrive. We believe in fairness and equality, in the fundamental dignity of every person who chooses to live here. So let us reaffirm today, conference, that this party will always stand with everyone who chooses to make Scotland their home, and that we will always take on and defeat those who peddle bigotry and division in our country. Two weeks ago, we said goodbye to a woman who believed in that fundamental dignity to her core, one of the finest servants of Scotland I have ever known, the remarkable Jean Freeman. In a long and distinguished career, Jean devoted herself to the service of others, whether she was inspiring women to get involved in Scotland's referendum, working with offenders to change their lives, or building our new social security agency from scratch, or leading our NHS through the pandemic, or as Keith has just shared with you, volunteering at the Beatson Clinic with her tea trolley. Jean never accepted second best, and she was fearless in standing up for what she believed in. But she didn't just believe in a better Scotland, she helped to build a better Scotland. Her legacy is an inspiration to us all. So let's resolve today to build on Jean's legacy, to run towards the big challenges rather than away from them, and not just to believe in a better Scotland, but to work together very hard every day to build a better Scotland. Every day I'm determined to be a First Minister that delivers for our people. And when we last met in Aberdeen in October, I promised I would step in and fix the mess that Westminster had made for international social care workers. I said that we would sponsor skilled staff to come to Scotland and start work immediately. In conference, I have delivered that. Scotland will have 30,000 extra care hours every month through our Displaced Workers Scheme. That is 30,000 extra hours of care for the people we love, 30,000 extra hours because of a vision based on dignity rather than ignorance and prejudice. That is the SNP delivering for Scotland. Five months ago, I promised that I would deliver 15 new walk-in GP clinics. Now, walk-in GP clinics are appearing on high streets across the country, open 7 days a week. I've heard directly from people who tell me how these clinics fit around their daily routines and bypass the ATM rush. I've heard from doctors about how they're freeing up more time for family GPs. And I've heard the calls of local campaigners for sites to be located in their communities. So today, I can announce that we will go further. If re-elected, the SNP will deliver 30 GP walk-in clinics across the country. We will double our original pledge. Reaching more villages, towns and communities the length and breadth of Scotland. In Angus, Livingston, Paisley, Inverness, Glasgow, Falkirk, Ayrshire, Edinburgh, Lanarkshire, East Kilbride, the Tweed Valley, East Renfrewshire and Dumbarton. That's the SNP delivering for Scotland. I will always be a First Minister that delivers for all of Scotland. And this week, I made a promise to the great city of Glasgow that the SNP would stand shoulder to shoulder with the city as it rebuilds from the fire that shocked us all last weekend. I said on Tuesday that given the significant cost for the city, we would back those words with cash. We've worked closely with Glasgow and with the council leader Susan Aitken, and today I can announce the first steps. The remaining facade of Union Corner sadly has to come down for the safety of the public. That will cost at least £1 million. That is £1 million that should not come from the public services that Glaswegians rely upon. This SNP government will therefore underwrite the cost of clearing the site, meaning that not a single penny of the city's public services budget will be lost on this task. And we will do more. Some businesses have been utterly devastated. Others in the area are suffering real hardship. Today I can announce a £10 million recovery fund to support the council, businesses and agencies to help rebuild and renew that vital part of the city. And let me be clear today, we will stand by our biggest city in its hour of need. The SNP will do everything in our power to make Glasgow flourish again. I was struck by the sense of community that emerged in the hours after the fire. The city rallied around the businesses and the livelihoods which had been lost, and around the emergency services, the firefighters, who risked their lives to ensure people's safety. When times are tough, Scotland pulls together to look after one another. We care for each other, for our neighbours, our colleagues, our friends. That really matters. Just look at the decisions Scotland has taken since our Parliament was established and how we've stood together as a consequence. We've used every little bit of our self-government to support people through their lives. For children in poverty, a Scottish Child Payment. For young people, no tuition fees. For first-time buyers, help with your deposit. To those facing ill health, free prescriptions. And later in life, free personal and nursing care. From the beginning of our lives to the very end, self-government is making lives better, and SNP government is making people's lives better as well. Just look at the public institutions that we have created. A nationally owned railway with no peak fares. A social security agency based on dignity and respect. A national investment bank unlocking transformational long-term projects. And if the SNP win the election, a new public housing agency to ensure that every man, woman and child in Scotland has access to affordable, good quality housing. These are not just the symbols of self-government, making people's lives better in the here and now. Friends, These are the building blocks of our new independent nation, and you can be sure we are not going to stop there. Right. Central to a decent society is making sure everyone has a good home. And I've heard from so many young people who don't believe that owning their own home will ever be a reality for them. Many of them are paying more on rent than they would on a mortgage, but they just cannot find a way to build up the deposit they need. With bills seeming to just go up and up, there just isn't enough left at the end of the month to save up. It's a trap, leaving them locked out of home ownership, often well into their 30s. But the SNP government will step up. Conference, if re-elected, we will provide up to £10,000 towards a deposit to give people the help they need to buy their first home. A generation let down by Westminster will be helped up by the Scottish National Party government. When you look at the great steps forward we have taken, you can see that they are the foundations of an independent nation state. And none of them would have happened had Scotland not voted for our own parliament. That is the difference self-government makes. But the great prize of becoming independent is that it allows us to complete that journey, to consign an increasingly out-of-touch Westminster to history and replace it with something new, something which will be shaped by the people who care about Scotland the most, the people who live here. Independence gives us the opportunity to entrench the things that matter to us. We will ensure that access to our National Health Service remains free at the point of need as a fundamental right. While others flirt with privatisation, Conference, let our party be clear. Scotland's NHS is not for sale at any price. Our health service will never, ever be privatised. With independence, we will build the kind of economy that we want, with workers' rights and equal pay enshrined within that, tailored not to the needs of the wealthiest, but instead to the unique strengths and talent of our people. With independence, Scotland will benefit from our own vast energy wealth, choosing instead to put that wealth into the hands of the people, bringing down bills, delivering a just transition. Westminster cannot be allowed to squander our renewable energy wealth. So let us resolve today that Scotland's energy should be in Scotland's hands, and the days of Scotland's energy flowing to line the pockets of billionaires and the Treasury in London must be over, and over for good. Yeah. With independence, we will have a seat at the top table of Europe once more, choosing not the isolation and economic damage of Brexit, but instead giving our businesses the opportunity of trading freely inside the world's largest single market, giving our people the freedom to live, work and move all over the continent, and putting democracy, human rights and fairness at the heart of everything we do. Let us reject the isolationism of broken Brexit Britain once and for all, and take our place as Europe's newest independent member state. An independent Scotland will be made in its own image, and the power of the Scottish state will be derived from the people in all their diversity. That, for me, is the essence of what independence is all about, where a man's a man for all that is not just a song that we sing on special occasions, but a value that we live and breathe by every single day. This is not just some pipe dream. For people living in independent countries all around us, it is the daily reality. And have no doubt, delegates, it will soon be Scotland's reality as well. We are closer to becoming independent than we have ever been. We can almost touch it. Support for our cause has never been at such sustained high levels. And it's not just in Scotland where Westminster control is slipping away. In May, for the first time ever, we could see First Ministers in Scotland, in Wales and in Northern Ireland elected who are all committed to independence from the UK. That would be an absolutely seismic moment. For people watching around the world, there could be no clearer sign that Westminster's time is up. Each nation of the UK, of course, has its own history and its own future to determine. But what we have in common is the desire for a new and truly equal partnership with people living across these islands, the ability to form new partnerships and rekindle old ones with those beyond our shores. Friends, Scotland can lead this great wave of change. The opportunity before us is enormous, but we need to reach out and grab it. In 2011, people in Scotland secured a path to independence by returning an SNP majority. On the 7th of May, we need to do the same again and show Westminster once and for all that it is Scotland's people that will determine Scotland's future. Friends, our message in this election is simple. Your first SNP vote elects an SNP government. Use it to vote for a better NHS, for GP walk-in clinics, for help with the cost of living, for the first-time buyer's deposit, and a massive increase in childcare that leaves no one behind. And your second SNP vote delivers independence. It secures a majority that will lay the path to a referendum that we will win. That's the Scotland I want to live in. That's the Scotland I want to build as First Minister. On the 7th of May, make it both votes SNP, and let's build Scotland's future together. Thank you very much.
Welcome back, and if you're tuning in just now, we've just finished up the second half of this conference, followed by a speech by the First Minister, John Swinney, including 4 very important promises.
Yeah, very important speech today. The First Minister has really, brought home the importance of childcare. So he's announced 52 weeks of childcare from kids from the start of nursery to the end of primary school. A lot of questions about how that will be funded has been asked, but it might come down to the budget. The First Minister's also announced that he'll double the amount of GP walk-in surgeries from 15 to 30. Also, in terms of the fire in Union Street in Glasgow, the government has announced that they will underwrite £1 million of the cost to take down the Union Street building. Additionally, they're going to be introducing a £10 million support for businesses, which will have a big impact on the local economy.
Yeah, so thank you very much for tuning in, however long or short you were here for. I'm Isla Barker.
I'm Ewan Hughes.
And this is Broadcasting Scotland. Thank you very much, and bye for now.
Good night.